It's fine.
Just smile at my happy family. Now I have to keep tilting it.
No.
Ready? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order. Make sure everybody's mics are turned on. Stand for the pledge, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
you. All right, so I have the roll call.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Present.
Commissioner Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Alguier.
Yes.
Chairman Yoder.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next up, we got approval of the agenda, any late additions or deletions. The only request that I would ask, we got Matt here with MMRMA, but asked, I know we have something on the agenda down at 6H. I'd like to move that up as our first action item, just so he's gonna present, and then we do that, and that way he can move on. So request to move that up, but other than that, I have nothing unless somebody else has something. Mr. Wessel?
Move to approve the agenda as amended. Second.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Carried 7-0. All right, next up, we're to communications. We got an update from our administrator.
Most of what I would talk about today are things that have that are actually action items today. So I defer until those items are actually under discussion and present at that point.
All right, any questions for the administrator? All right. Not, we'll move on to Matt with MMRMA.
Thank you, everybody. Good to see you again. I know there's some new faces, but it's always good to be up here in Leelanau County, and thanks for the opportunity to come up and present the 2026-2027 property and casualty renewal. There's obviously plenty of pages here and plenty of language, but I'll keep it brief. And if you guys have any questions throughout, feel free to pipe in whenever. The first page of the proposal, Jim, do they have a copy of this? I want to make, okay, perfect. Perfect.
It's on the agenda. It says the EDS starts at page 92 and the actual coverage proposal is 93 through probably page 100 or something.
Perfect. Thank you. You guys have been a member of Leelanau County of the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority since 1985. So I always just like to say thank you for your continued membership. Hopefully it's a valued partnership. The risk management services that we provide and the insurance coverages that we provide to you all. There was just one change from last renewal based of your deductibles and self-insured retentions, and that was the property deductible went up from 1,000 to 1,500. Probably not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things. It's nothing you guys did or didn't do. Our reinsurers, I believe, just kind of pushed our hands. So that is one difference. Other than that, all deductibles and self-insured retentions, you carry a $75,000 per occurrence self-insured retention for your liability coverages. That's public officials, general liability, law enforcement. And then the vehicle physical damage carries a $15,000 per vehicle self-insured retention, $30,000 per occurrence. Same as last year. So that's how your deductibles and self-insured retentions are set up. On the liability side of things, you guys carry a $15 million liability limit. Again, that covers the general liability, the law enforcement, public officials. That's the most MMRMA will deploy, is up to 15 million, and it is per occurrence. So you could have, God forbid, 5 $15 million losses in the same year, and we would pay them all. There is no aggregate, so it's a very good setup. On the property side of things, the main limit on that section is the 51.6 and some change $1 million worth of property coverage. That is a jump from last year, and the reason for that is, and I'm sure Jim put it in some comments, is this past April, May-ish, a company we work with called CBIZ Valuation Group came out and did a actual physical evaluation of every single building that the county owns, and provided updated replacement cost values for those buildings. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but it's not getting any less expensive to construct new buildings if it's a new build or if it's damaged and needs to be remodeled or repaired. So that cost or that value went up, and as we'll see in the pricing, the price went up a little bit as well. But that's the reason for that to be upfront. On we also carry your cyber and data breach coverage. Most of these coverages have a $2 million limit as well. That is aggregated. That is one section that is aggregated, where the most we'll give is $2 million in a year. If someone, the most basic type of claim, basic is, someone gets into the county systems and, holds you ransom or whatever. We will help mitigate. We have RAP grants. They're called risk avoidance program grants to help mitigate these types of things as well. Provides training, software that will help train your employees. So Jim, Lauren, I'm happy to share with whoever the list of grants that we offer to help mitigate risk, because the last thing we want to be a risk management partner first, your insurance company second, if you will, because who wants a loss? The one thing that individual members carry, which Leelanau County is one, is stop loss, it's called. And so what stop loss is your stop loss is $150,000. So let's say we had 2 maximum liability losses in the same year, the $275,000 full SIR losses. After the second full limit loss, MMRMA pays first dollar coverage. So what it does, it provides balance sheet protection for you guys. So if there was a bad year and we had, several $1 million losses, you wouldn't be on the hook for all of those and having to pay your $75,000 self-insured retention every single time. We would pay after $150,000, we would pay first dollar coverage. So it's an optional coverage. You guys do it, carry it already. There's a little bit of cost to it. $6,547 to participate in that program.
Is that cumulative? So could it be like 5 that are, 10,000?
Yeah, yep, exactly. Yep, every time.
Add it up?
It's a valid question, yes.
It have to be 2 that hit 75?
No, it's every little loss, even the little ones go towards that stop loss. Vehicle, if we get into an accident, that self-insured retention to repair that vehicle goes towards that. And it runs, I will say, it runs on MMRMA's fiscal year, which is June 30, July 1. So it's a little different than your guys' renewal period, but in the same breath, it carries the same structure, if you will. And then lastly, is the cost for the year. It went up by about $19,000 this year. And if we went line by line, you could see where that most of the hit was, and it wasn't in the property line of coverage where the values rose. That was about $15,000 of the increase. And then the law enforcement went up a little bit as well. We have a loss on the loss one right now that's, it hasn't become to fruition per se yet, but there is a pretty substantial reserve on a recent claim that I can probably confidently say that attributed to a little bit of that increase. But other than that, the public officials liability actually went down, which I've seen not at all. And I know that's our underwriter's way of trying to, not make this thing go crazy. So all in all, I truly do believe it was a fair renewal based on mostly, more than anything, losses and exposures. With that, I will open it up to any questions. I just want to be cognizant of your time and not go into too much nitty gritty if you don't need me to, but I'm happy. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, how does our 7.32% increase compare to most member counties?
Right, truthfully, right there. Yeah, yep, it really is. And it's not, I would say you guys have a very good loss history. And then the good news about MMRMA too is, and it's always why I love working here. It's a great news to deliver. You guys get it's called a net asset distribution back every year, as long as MMRMA deploys one, which we have every year since 2006, I believe. So this year you're going to get $130,923 back to the county because MMRMA did well, losses, investments, the membership did well. You guys did well. As far as your losses go, they're minimal, especially for a county of your operation size. I mean that. So yes, it's par for the course. It is.
Go ahead.
I just found social engineering loss
Yep.
to be just, I guess it's a sign of the times, but that's bizarre.
In what sense? I'm sorry.
Social engineering loss.
Yep.
Maybe we should talk about what that means.
Well, I Googled it
Okay.
Yeah.
because I wondered what on earth
So yeah, that's just someone.
that happens.
Oh, it happens. Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot. It's where I'm sure Google probably has it time better than I do, but it's where if someone acts as an employee and they change their email address by one letter or they add a period and say, hey, can you change my bank, my payroll information? I'm changing banks from Huntington to Chase. And our payroll, the county's payroll person falls for that and starts wiring all their paychecks to this new bank account, but it wasn't that person. It was a very realistic looking email, but it was fake. And we wire funds to that, or we buy a new vehicle and, the local dealership changes their,
Definitely happens. We had a claim account that's exact what Matt described. In fact, he's probably using that claim as an example where we had social engineered payroll theft of about $8,000.
it's those cyber criminals. They're smart. They catch you on like a Friday at 4:00. This is just a quick training opportunity or when there's a holiday coming up and people just want to get out of the office, they'll send those and then we'll act upon it. We'll change all that information or we'll wire that money. When I say we, the members, and yeah, it happens. And so people are smart and they make it look very, very, very real. The signature looks great. So that's what social engineering is. And yes, it happens.
The real cost of those claims are not just the $8,000 that you lose, but all the things you need to do to make sure it doesn't happen again, to re-engineer your systems to make sure it doesn't happen again. And also, in some instances, you have to notify people and provide them credit insurance and that sort of thing. And that all gets taken care of by MMRMA. So
yeah, I will say you have
very
to.
good coverage.
It is. It's a very necessary coverage. I will say you have to do one of three things before MMRMA will pay on a claim like that. And this is just us being hoping our members are prudent. You have to call, let's say it as an employee, call that employee on their known phone number that's in their file and say, hey, did you really change your payroll information? If they say yes, then it's probably a legitimate thing. If they say no, then mark it as spam, delete it, move on. You could also send an email to their known Leelanau County.gov email address and say, hey, is this really you? If they say yes, and we would pay it. If they say no, then again, mark it as spam, move on. Or the last thing you can do is to set up that multi-factor authentication to make a change of that nature, to change payroll, to make a wire payment, so that it's not easy. Or it's not easy for them to get those funds. But again, it's a training opportunity and it happens. So yeah, we've paid claims in that area for sure.
Commissioner Money get one?
Well, I just wondered when the 130,000 comes back. Is that in December or is it?
It's about 30 to 60 days after we get after your renewal date, which is January 1st. So Jim is the designated MMRMA member rep. Obviously, you guys will vote on it today or whenever. And so yes, we'll sign it. Jim and I will sign it, and then you get those funds. And you have an option to put it towards your retention fund, which MMRMA holds for you, or you can just take it and put it in in your general fund or you can split it any which way. So,
Yeah, we actually budgeted, we were aware of this possibility back a couple months ago. We
Sure.
budgeted $100,000 to go to the general fund. The balance we would have retained by MMRMA to essentially defray the part of this $277,000 premium is actually $30,000 that goes towards our loss reserve fund, which is our money. We can do whatever we want with that. We can take it all back if we want, but it would be foolish to do so. Those are funds that we have on deposit to pay those $150,000 self-insured retentions if we need to. We currently have $447,000 on deposit. After this renewal, assuming you approve it, we'll have close to $500,000 on deposit. And with the stop loss, that means you'll have at least, if we continue with the stop loss program, you'll have at least 3 years worth of 3 years worth where you have fully funded your insurance with the stop loss. So because you'll have no more than $150,000 in stop loss that will have to be taken from that fund if you actually incur claims. So.
But I asked because I noticed that the contract is 277,000 and we only budgeted 258.
Right, and that's why I say in the EDS that $30,000 that we will have MMRMA retain will actually come off that 277,000. So the
That's
amount that we will, if you consider even just that 30,000, will be under the budget for 2026. If you consider the entire $150,000 net asset distribution, you're almost 50% lower than what you had budgeted. So that's just how we've always done it. Most of the counties that I'm familiar with that are insured through MMRMA, which is all the counties that I've ever represented over the years, because that was who I did work for. They all do it that way.
yeah. Thank you. Well put. Yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing that I would say, there are very few counties that get 50% of their premium in a net asset distribution. That's extremely rare.
That's also extremely true.
Very,
Yeah,
very
yep,
rare.
yep. So you get about 50% of your spend back straight up. Yep. So it's a great program. I'm proud to represent it. And
When I was at Calhoun, we usually get about $300,000 in net asset distribution, but our premium was 1.2 million. So.
Just have two questions.
Sure.
One, do we earn interest on the money sitting in this account?
you do.
Yes, you do.
Yep. I don't want to overpromise, underdeliver, but it gets a good return. It's like 3 to 5% every year is your retention fund that MMRMA holds. It's about average is about 3 to 5%.
And that all goes back to the county. There's
Correct. That's your money. That's your money.
maintenance fee or anything like that.
Correct. Nope.
My other question was that and maybe I misread it, I saw $25,000 in ransomware coverage, which doesn't cover a lot of ransom demand.
It's a $25,000 deductible. You get the full $2 million
Okay.
limit for ransomware. Yep. You get a full $2 million limit for ransomware.
So that deductible is a little bit higher than most other deductibles.
Yes.
Within this coverage, within this coverage document. Yes.
Yes, that covers.
I understand your reason, you don't.
But you can also,
A lot easier to give away insurance money than your own.
Right.
For a quick fix.
Yeah. And we do not charge for the cyber coverage. That's a huge perk. It's a very expensive coverage to get out in the marketplace. If you
Sure.
had it's we do not charge for it. It's a huge MMRMA perk. It really is. So, yeah.
And we can use the self-insured retention deductibles of those
Absolutely.
if we had such a claim.
Mhm.
And, I'm aware of private businesses that have had to shut down because they had a ransomware attack.
Well, the city of Traverse City had a catastrophic attack.
Yeah, we've paid in that space for sure. Not don't want to, but it happens, and when it happens, we're happy to happy to help get on the horn with your IT folks, with our IT folks, because of course, we don't want to pay some criminal enterprise what they're demanding. We'll try to get it back naturally, but worst comes to worst. That's why you have the coverage.
Any other questions? All right. Look like it. Appreciate it, Matt.
Cool. Thank you, everybody.
All right, next up, we got CMI agency. Do we have Lee Walters here?
As are all aware, over the last couple of years, my world has changed. The cost of doing business in the health insurance industry has gone through the roof. As most of you know, we thought we might be in a sky is falling scenario, and as it turns out, we are not. We still have time. Yep, we can make this work. So this year, this is 1 week of math that I had to do, and I don't like to do math that much, but to help you guys maintain something, we met with Jim, we met with some of the employees. We've been talking about this for a while now. This is what your renewal looks like. And I told you last year that we had another year of grace before we really started having to make decisions. And after talking with Jim, we are leaning toward this is the year that it's going to happen. So we projected a cost of 2.6 million. We came in at 2.1. So that's 470,000 under what we budgeted. But the cost was still there. It went against
That's for the 2025
Yep.
coverage year.
Yep. And the reason that you guys got that difference was because the claims went against the stop loss again. So the Blues is now stepping up and saying, hey, you guys are falling behind the curve here. We got a lot of money invested in you. What are you going to do about it? And they have assured us that they are going to support us to get through this thing. So the projected cost by them for next year was $3.5 million. Week and a half of math, I don't believe that's quite accurate. They threw the kitchen sink into this guess is what it is and what your costs are going to be. And one of the reasons they went up so much is because they don't believe that you're going to come in under budget again. And I think you are based on these numbers, a fairly significant number, but it's not going to be enough after talking to Jim to get you where you want to be for the next budget year. So we have an answer for that. This is the problem. The stop loss fee went from $1,200 per contract to $1,800. That's a 50% increase. Sounds terrible. What you don't know and what they don't show you is that the average out there on the increase is 33 to 35%. So in reality, you're only 15% over what the market did last year because of the cost of basically drugs. Our stop loss cost was 1.4 million. Large claim payments taken out was 1.8. $452,000 came out of the pool for your guys' benefit.
I'm trying to keep up with it. Is there one sheet here I should be looking at or?
One sheet.
Okay.
All the rest of the stuff in here is going to be support to what this first page says. Okay. The administrative fee went up 2%, 2.4. Your total administrative fee to Blue Cross to manage your plan was $93,000. For any of you that have been here for a while, Will was here when we did it. I don't know if you were here, Gwen. Anyway, the Blues came to us and said, are willing to give you all of our discounts if you will combine two things, hospital prepay and administrative cost. Well, that was lower than the two separates, so we took it, and they are giving us all of the discounts. That resulted in $1.6 million worth of savings that your plan did not have to pay last year from doctor and hospital discounts that you got. We're going to try to give you some perspective as to how we have slowly come into this thing. We didn't have a budget increase here forever. Well, eventually we all knew it was going to come up. And if you look at 2024 and 2025 under the prescription costs, we went from 3.5 or 353,000 to over $1 million in 7 years. We asked the employees for some help on this stuff, and basically they said, we want to use these new drugs, and that's their right to do it. In the end, we had to say to them, we've got to do something to slow this down. So if you look on the next current monthly premium, what this thing says is that if you keep what you have, the monthly premiums are going to be $268,000. If you consider going to a $500 deductible from $100 and a 3-tier drug card from $1040, we can knock off $255,000 off your proposed or expected next year. We've talked to the employees about it. Nobody's happy about it, but that is a step they are apparently willing to support. So I have maintained for a long time that getting rid of that 20,000 made no sense. And it didn't until they started raising your hard costs. They started raising your stop loss. That's a hard cost that we can't get around. And when that happened, and we did the math, we're looking at 2 years before there's no way that this county could afford what it's going to cost. So the proposal that for you guys to talk about, because we do have time, is to make a small change in the health plan. The other thing we can do is move the stop loss. Right now you're at 20,000. What that means is you have a $20,000 claim by one person on a contract, that contract's gone. You don't pay another dollar for the rest of the year for those guys. The proposal is to move it to 50,000, which is about a third of what the rest of the world is dealing with out there, because most stop loss that I know of are a minimum 150. So we're still going to be below, outside of our bubble. We figure that's going to save $242,000. Well, the reason is because our savings are $800. That's how much you're going to change the premium for the hard costs. However, we know, math again, that we've got about 25 to 29 people that are going to hit that. What that means is that 20 to 50, you guys now are going to write checks for that extra 30. So if we do this, and if we do, I think we're going to come in, my guess is going to be 2.5 to 2.6 million, which I didn't know until a week ago was your budgeted number. So when it came out of 3.6, knowing what's going on out there, I didn't think we had, we have a problem, but it wasn't as big as I thought it was until I found out about the budget number. So we can get there for another year. I think what we're going to see is a little bit of a slowdown in drugs. There's some programs coming up. We've already sign the county up for 2 programs, Pillar and Optima, which gets you all of the discounts Blue Cross gets for any drugs bought by your employees. What we showed you on this page here is that you guys have been under budget for years. Were you under budget? Based on what Blue Cross guesses were, you were. Based on what you internally might have done, you might not have been. But the reality of this thing is that you have been under Blue Cross's guesses, which is, once again, part of this math thing that we've been doing, trying to get an actual better guess. Let's put it that way. So this is the one that concerns you. Pooled rates versus actual rates. Pooled rates are called premium. If you had this plan and made no changes through its history, and you were paying premium, you would be well over $5 million in cost rate for this thing. So it shows again that the self-funding works in that you're going to be about half of expected. We've got I got an actual premium quote coming for you if you want to consider such a thing. But I think you're years away from using that, because once you go there, you have lost control of your health plan. Right now, you still have control. You can make changes in it. You can get your employees to use it less. There's a bunch of things we can do. You go to premium, you're done. You have no say in what it's going to cost you for your health plan. They're going to give you a premium at the start of the year, and that's what you're going to pay. The good news is you're not going to go over budget, because the budget's going to be huge anyway, and you're going to know exactly what it's going to be. But you guys have worked so hard to keep something unique that actually has saved millions of dollars to this county. I happen to live here. I happen to be a taxpayer. I sit here as your hired person to manage this thing for you. But as a taxpayer, I'm concerned about cost too. And looking at the alternatives that I have been given out there, this is still by far and away the best way for you guys to go. You're going to have more room compared to out there to make changes, to maintain this thing, to keep control of it. So to make this happen, we're going to have to start making some small changes. And in the future, they may be bigger changes. One of the things that we did was Jen went out and got a spreadsheet done on businesses of your size in this area. Your cost is the same as most of those on that sheet, but they are $6,000 to $9,000 deductibles. Many of them being everything behind the deductible. Personal opinion, you don't have health insurance. For the average person, they're never going to get to $9,000 in a year. So they're going to pay all of their healthcare costs onto those deals. The interesting part about that cost, that deductible, is I would say the average family is having $500 a month taken out of their paycheck for those plans. You start thinking about that. If they have a $9,000 deductible and you're asking them to give you $6,000 on top of the $9,000, that's $15,000 out of an employee's pocket if they have a bad year, and we have some bad years here. So as uncomfortable is this originally, when we first got the numbers, it did feel like a sky is falling scenario. But when you start deep diving, we're still so much better off where you're at than what you could get out there. There's been some proposals that we pull the prescription out of your health plan. We can do that. They will tell you they'll get you a 25% savings. I've never seen it. Everybody that went there is gone. They pulled back out. All those guys did that plan was make a premium, make a commission on that deal. I've done this for 40 years. I've watched every idea in the world come through. Unfortunately, they're circling back to some of the ideas we know didn't work back then. But I'm older than they are. I've seen it. These young guys, they come out and they got amazing ideas that we've already tried and they don't work. So my suggestion to you, my recommendation to you is to make a couple of small changes in your plan and give it another year. Yes.
I wanted to ask Lou, thanks for being here. Under the administrative fee of 93,000, is that to Blue Cross?
Yes.
And then what do we pay you for your services?
I think we're right around 27 or 2,900. What is it, Kathy?
We're budgeted for 50,000, so that'd be about 2,500. No,
Okay.
It's like 39. 39,
3,900.
39,000.
Each month. You said there's 50 in there, Kat?
I've got 50 for
So
25.
like 4,200.
Okay.
I didn't, how much was it?
4,200 a month.
A month. Just politely.
Yes.
What do we get for 4,200 a month for your services?
Okay. That's a very good question. One of the things that we provide and have done right from day one, we answer the telephone. We take care of claim problems and that kind of stuff in my office. We don't send you to the blues and throw you into the system. We take care of them in-house. Those are fairly large. Fortunately, not that often, but we get a call maybe 2 every month with somebody with we've got a couple of them going on right now that are scary. We do that. The other thing that we do is we go through and spend the time to argue with the blues when we feel they're wrong. And a few of those we have won. The biggest problem they have is when I did this 17 or 19 years ago, nobody knew if it would work. When it started to work, then they couldn't figure out how it worked. And rather than figure it out, they just came to me and said, look, do what you do. Use your numbers. I get to literally change their numbers to give you a more accurate picture of what you're facing. If we run into a problem, which we have on occasion with missed bills, let's put it that way, we argue for those and we've gotten that money back for you guys. So through the year, and this year, I guess we're going to do even more of it. I guess we're going to do it a monthly reporting basis with you guys, or quarterly. Where were we going, quarterly, Jim?
At least.
Okay, at least. So we'll be doing math all through the year. We've come out, we do employee meetings. We try to keep them as educated as we can. Your group is amazingly aware, especially the older employees. They know the language, which is a big key to using your health insurance properly. We have taught them where to go and when to go there if they have a problem. So As far as, do we earn that money? We're about a third of what I should be making on this group. But we started this as we're all in this together, and we're still there. We've come back a few times and said, can we get another $100 a month because postage went up or whatever. But we never really went after getting this to a full commissionable product to me. So, yeah, my friends in the business are all confused because they get one of these, they retired, that they can live on what they make on this thing. Sounds good to me, but I can't justify that in my own head. So we have not gone there. But we are pretty active in your group year round. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
You again, Bill?
Earlier, much earlier, but before Jim was here, we had a discussion about, in particular, health or drug costs.
Yes.
And as a follow-up to that, we're going to have employee meetings and more interaction.
We're going to have to because.
But my question is, did that happen? And if it did, that's great. What was the result? Or if it didn't happen, why didn't it happen?
I came out to every meeting you guys arranged. We were over at the jail at 10 at night talking to employees that just came on shift. So yes, it did happen to the point of being effective. No, because we cannot seem to get the employees in the room. When we started out, it was mandatory. They had to come to the meetings, and we had an 80 to 85% participation rate. Then the union contracts came in and said, hey, if you're going to do this, you got to pay this much money to get our guys in the room. So they took out the mandatory part. We fell down to probably 40 to maybe 50 if we're real lucky participation in those meetings.
I guess I don't understand. Were they not being paid to participate in the meetings?
That's right.
Oh, okay. Would it be beneficial if we held the meetings during work days? I mean, it just seems to me that's where the ball got dropped someplace, that we as in the county was influential in helping to define changes that were needed in order to make this plan work.
Right. Last year when we had those discussions, I think we had 17 people participate.
So it might be beneficial to hold these meetings during the day and have folks.
That's what we tried to do. They just wouldn't come.
Okay. So
I don't know if they'd rather go to coffee or what the problem was, but we have had a lowering participation rate for the last 3 to 5 years.
But that would be something internal that we can control, we as in the county.
Yep.
And perhaps help to come in even lower than our budgeted versus our actual. I just one more question. The subject was brought up about commission. Is your commission the same or less than? I mean, because there's discussion about going in other directions. And we're going to pay that commission anyways, is my assumption.
Yeah. Now, if you go into a premium plan, you'll never know what the commission is.
Yeah.
It's hidden. Yeah. This is transparent.
Right.
You and I have a contract. This board and I have a contract. And in there, we put down exactly what you're going to pay me and what we're going to do. So could I make a lot more money if I ran this as a normal piece of health insurance business? Oh my God. But personally, I don't do this for the money. When you asked what the commission was, I don't know. I never looked. I never look at commissions. All I look at is what kind of service can I provide And what can I do going forward for the group? Yours, all the other ones I've got. Okay. So, yes, there is a lot of money on the table here. And that makes you guys a target for a lot of things. So far, you have stayed with me without listening to some of the noise from out there. I've gone up against these other things over and over and over again. And every time the group ends up losing because somebody said something that wasn't necessarily true to get the business. So, you know, I don't envy you guys in the position you're in right now because you have a target on you now.
I think it is important to recognize that this is not an average. This is a large amount of money in the contract, so you are going to pay more in commission. If you have a 2 million or 1.8 million, that's, I'm sorry, that's costing the business. So,
Yeah.
anyways, that's my thought.
Well, here's the thing. If I was doing this as a normal piece of business, I'd be making 3.75% at $2.6 million.
Oh, double or box. Anyways.
Right. So, you know, we're still running this thing. And to your employees' credit, I will say this. When we did this originally, it was all for one, one for all. It was a Three Musketeers plan. We didn't have every negotiating group asking for something else. To make this work, they all agreed to hang in there together. And it has helped this plan enormously to have that happen. And it helps you guys a ton because, you know, you're not negotiating benefits every year because somebody wants to be a little different. They want no pay for chiropractic instead of $10. See that all the time. So, right now, is it a comfortable place to be? No. Is it a good place to be? No. But is it the best you can do right now? I believe by far and away it is. So I started out on one side of the fence and we have talked and looked, and the last meeting we had with a few people, we all agreed, hey, if we're going to make this thing work, we gotta all pull together and start making some changes. The key to the 3-tiered drug card, let's talk about that a second, because it's going to go from 1040 to 2040-80. That's what we're proposing. We're not going to do a percentage one on them. We're not going to drop $250 per prescription on them. We're not going to do any of that. However, by changing that drug card, we add something that you don't have. We're going to add a formulary. What a formulary does is says that you decide what drugs you're going to pay for. Now, you don't have to vote on it and all that stuff. Blue Cross pretty much does all of that for you. But if there's 10 drugs that'll solve your problem, we're only going to let them use 4 of them, 5 of them. What a formulary does is it tends to level out those high cost things a little bit. However, when they go in to get their expensive drug, now it's going to cost them $80. For the first time ever in this county, they're going to have skin in the game. And when you think about it, $80, what's $80? Come on, no big deal. To a lot of people, they're going to now think, hey, if I don't take Humira and I go to Enbrel and it's half the cost, okay, I know I'm helping enough that maybe next year they'll come back to me and say, I don't have to do this. Because if we don't solve this next year or the following year, I think the following year, we're going to have to do something else. And it's going to begin to really cost them money. So to your point, I have said meetings since the day I put this in. We need them to know. We need them to understand. Because the reality is, it's not your health plan. It's not my health plan. It literally is their health plan. And we've got to engage them to help us manage the health plan. And I have told everybody in this circle, you need me, I'll be here. So if you want to do meetings every day, we'll do meetings every day. If you need them once a month, once a quarter, whatever, we'll do it.
Right. Do you have any follow-up questions? Lee?
Yeah, I just for clarification, the Blue Cross is projecting basically 3.6 million if we stay with the plan we have.
Yes.
And you say that that's probably closer to 3.2
Or less. Yeah.
or less, but and going to the 50,000 stop loss, they're projecting $250,000 savings
Yep.
over what we paid this year.
Mhm.
And then if we go with the card, another 260,000. So that comes to about 500,000. So that's where we come down to the 2.6, really is actually 2.7, do the math, but we believe 2.6 will cover us if we do these two steps.
Mhm.
And that's my understanding of what you're saying to us.
That is correct. We're looking at, again, the main thing we want you to do today and hopefully next Tuesday is to approve a budget of $2.6 million for healthcare. We're relatively certain that if we do that and change the stop loss, $50,000, which is about an $817,000 savings in hard costs, that will give us if you look at the page, it says Leelanau stop loss savings versus risk. The actual hard cost for that is just about 1.339, 584, just a little bit more than 1.3 million. A $2.6 million budget will give us $1.3 million to pay claims, the soft cost portion. And generally speaking, our numbers have been, the hard costs have been a little bit more than 50% of the cost of the plan itself. Because the 3.5 or 3.6 roughly $1 million that Blue Cross Blue Shield is projecting, that's not, I understand what Lou is saying when he says it's a guess. But what Blue Cross does to get that number is they take our plan design, the benefits that we allow the employees to obtain, and convert that plan design into what's called illustrated rates. And the illustrated rates are what somebody would pay as COBRA if they leave. If they leave the county and pay it on their own. And then they take plans that we have, each contract we have, whether it's a single, a couple, or a family, and apply those illustrated rates, and it comes up to $3.591 million. So that's why we've always been, Lou's right, every year we have saved money compared to the illustrated rates, and that's good. That's been a good thing, and it demonstrates that a stop loss self-insured plan can work, and it's been working regardless. Even if you say we've done the worst possible effort that we can to educate our employees, it's worked. And I've never contested the fact that is a good model for us to have. The only thing that we were at loggerheads over was whether or not the stop loss of $20,000 made any sense. And where it started to be clear that it didn't make sense for us, we started out with a $2.0 million budget for healthcare costs. And when the cost for the stop loss of $20,000 came back in excess of that at 2.1 million, we said this can't work anymore. Either we have to increase the budget substantially more than what it has been, or we have to increase the stop loss. And And it's correct, what Lou says in his analysis here. You are assuming something more of an additional potential exposure by going from $20,000 to $30,000 on the stop loss. But the cost is now prohibitive to have the $20,000 stop loss. I asked Lou when we met yesterday, is there any way that the $20,000 stop loss is sustainable? And I think your response, if I remember, Lou, was not at a 2.0, or not at a budget that is less than $2.6 million. So the main change we're going to have to make is increasing the stop loss. I do want to keep this kind of program because I think it does give us a substantially greater control. And I don't think we have to make a decision now, today, whether or not we change any of the benefits the employees get. We could probably go another year without changing the benefits at all. But I think the calculation that Lou made was if we went from, if we increased the deductibles and went to a 3-tier drug card, we'd save about $160,000. I think that was the amount that you presented yesterday. That's a number that we can deal with in terms of being vigilant in terms of how the employees use the drug plan and what the claims have been. What we can't deal with is a $900,000 difference in the hard costs, an $800,000 to $900,000 difference in the hard costs. That we can't deal with, because we would be paying $2.1 million even if we paid 0 claims. That's what we can't deal with.
But if we assume the worst and we have a $5 million liability, how would we cover that?
It would be covered by the stop loss. The reason you get the stop loss.
No, it says,
No.
Lou's analysis says if we change from 20 to 50, we add an additional risk of exposure.
Another $3 million. That's correct. That's the exposure. But historically, you've never come anywhere close to that. You've had, of this last year, we've had, or the last plan year, you had 30 people that hit 20,000. 30 out of almost 100 hit 20,000. We estimate, and Blue Cross concurs, that we would probably hit 19 of those, somewhere between 15 and 19 of those contracts would hit in excess of $50,000. We think that we would have sufficient, and that's why it's important that the difference between your budget and your stop loss gives you enough money to pay claims. We think that the 1 point, whatever it would be, the difference between, what's the stop loss? Just about 1.3 million and 2.6 would give us plenty of money to pay claims. Even if you had 15 to 20, even 30 of those claims hit $50,000 or more. Thing you're really trying to protect, I keep saying, the thing you're really trying to protect with the stop loss is not the difference between 0 and the stop loss amount. Yes, you have from 0 to 50, you have a $5 billion exposure. But you know you're never going to hit that because not all those contracts will exceed. You won't have 100 contracts that exceed $50,000. The thing you're trying to protect against, and we had one within the last year or so, is the $1 million claim. That's the more likely occurrence, is you'll have 1 or 2 of those claims that you can't pay if you had, if you didn't have stop loss insurance. If you're fully insured, and there are some companies that are fully insured, self-insured, they don't have stop loss insurance. It's those $1 million claims that you're trying to protect against. I don't remember how long ago it was that we had that claim.
We had one this year.
Right, but that's the problem. It was within the year that Blue Cross is using. We had two problems. We had one catastrophic claim that exceeded $1 million, and our total stop loss exceeded the amount that we paid in by almost $500,000. That's why you got a 50% increase in the stop loss premium. If that happens again next year, you're at $2,700. 50% increase from $1,800 per month per contract would be $2,700 per month per contract. That comes up to almost $4 million. That's the portion of it that's not sustainable, is retaining the $20,000 stop loss. I agree, this is a great program and it has saved the county. Certainly when you compare it to Blue Cross Blue Shield's estimates, it saved the county a lot of money. But it's just not sustainable at $20,000 stop loss anymore. So, because again, you ask how are we going to pay the $5 million if all the contracts exceed 50,000? What was the answer when you started this program? Where are you going to come up with the $2 million if all the contracts exceed $20,000? It's the same argument.
One of the things I've told groups like you, if you have 100 people hit the stop loss, the health insurance is the least of your problems. We are in a pandemic that's going to kill a lot of people. That's the only way that happens.
Yeah.
We went through COVID and survived. If there's something nastier than COVID came out and everybody got it, yes, we'd have a problem. But it would be in everybody's problem here and there. And the odds of it happening, I was shocked that we got a third of our people to the 20,000 stop loss. I never envisioned that even being possible, but we did it. And it was mainly because they came out with $20,000 a month drugs.
All right, Commissioner Bunny.
Yeah, I just, is the 25 projection of, the drug costs, the dental costs, the vision costs, is that for the full year or is that just what we've done so far?
What's that?
Well, it's got, 1 million.
Oh, on the bottom
Yeah.
of this one?
At the bottom of this.
These are your actual numbers of what money that you wrote checks for.
Okay, up to this date.
Yeah.
So it doesn't include
Well,
December?
once again, remember, once you start this program, you get away from a yearly event, which is a premium increase for most people. In your case, what you're dealing with is we do a rolling 12-month look back all the time. So when we're giving you the real numbers, you're right, they don't include December of this year, but they include December of last year.
No. So I guess that's what I'm wondering. If we go to 50,000 and we do, and 20 people hit it, that's $1 million right there. So I don't know that the other 70 people are going to be less than, we'd have 300,000 difference. But you think that would cover it? I mean, I'm just wondering if 2.6 million would cover it if we go to the 50,000.
I can tell you what Blue Cross estimated for us was a claims experience of $1.2 million. 1.2. That's their estimate of what we would have.
Dental, vision, medical, and RX.
So.
Right, okay. That's what I was just wondering about.
Yeah.
'Cause
We expect to get another report from them that takes in, because what they do, they don't look at the same year. When they're estimating the stop loss, they don't look at calendar year or even the policy year. They look at, for a renewal in February, they look at the time period from May 1st of 2024 through April 30th of 2025. Those are the claims that they're looking at. Because they're relatively confident that by that year's period, all those claims will be closed out. Because you're not gonna have, because if they try to evaluate the claims up to the point of your renewal, they have claims coming in still for 2-3 months. I'm getting claims from the doctor when I saw him 3 months ago. They're coming through as being paid by Blue Cross now. So that's why they look at May through April for our estimated rates.
And in reality, they are closer than they've ever been. They used to run 18 to 24 months behind. Well, they're getting more efficient too. So they're tracking quicker, which helps us. But in the end, it's me sitting down and with a calculator and everything else and making it current to your actual. That's what all you care about. You don't care about anybody's guess. What's our actual costs going to be? What have they been? And in the case with the Blues, based on that one page you're looking at, they put the kitchen sink in their estimates. Why? They don't want you to be run up against a budget figure that now you have to exceed. So when they guess high, always have. If this was a new group and I was presenting to you and I used their numbers, you'd never buy it because it has the kitchen sink in it. When I go through the renewal, he has a page where they give us all of what they project for percentage wise, how much we're going to be for that year. Well, when I go through the renewal and I look at those numbers and then I look back, they're high, and they're high for a reason, not in your favor.
All right, any other follow-up questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's not on the agenda, please.
I'll wait to hear from you guys.
All right, with that, we'll move on to our first public comment. You have 3 minutes with anything that's agenda specific. Anybody wish to talk about comment? All right. Easy enough. Measure comments.
Oh, gosh, I handed out everyone a rather long sheet. Some of them are available over there. Taking a look at our conflict and grievance policies. I just handed these out for discussion. And I'd like to move forward, I don't even have a proposed policy. All this is a comparison for what's happened in neighboring, such as the city of Traverse City, where they went to an ordinance. But I think it provides a basis for us to move towards rewriting those policies. If you wanted to put it on the agenda for our next meeting, maybe we could find a direction. Jim and I had talked about working on it. I don't know if other folks are interested in working on it or how that process might be. And maybe you have ideas on how to progress.
I do. We've been kind of dominated by the budget, but yes, I appreciate the research you've done, and we will certainly take that a lot further. Want to start that? We can do that. I get the budget passed.
Yeah, I understand. I just thought maybe this group might have ideas before you go into writing something. It's always good to reach out.
I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to finalize something.
Oh, gosh, no, that's not my intent. Just trying to make sure everybody's going along on the same route.
I guess, yeah, if I understand you correctly, you want to get a policy in place and you're just looking for input from your colleagues here as to if there's any specific standout items that they'd like to see in the policy.
So if they read this and maybe even put this on the agenda just for a discussion, and then if you guys have thoughts, just bring them up, just have kind of a freelance discussion, and then.
Would you like it for discussion at the next full board meeting or the December executive board meeting?
Probably the next meeting, next Thursday.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, but it's just a discussion, not trying to write it. I appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Robbins?
Just want to touch on it real quick. I think you did some great work here, but what I'd like to see at our meeting is your opinion or the other party's opinion, actually have the exact policy of these counties that you looked into.
Well, honestly, I'm not gonna go back and the one is 10 pages, the Traverse
I
City
think
one.
just-
They're all available.
Like I said, I don't
You just
want
look
to take
them
a
up.
lot of time here, but I think for us, I'd rather see the exact policy,
I can gather those all together for you. Be about 50 sheets. No problem. Not a problem.
You could just email it to us.
Yeah, you just
And not
email
waste
a
the
link.
paper.
Yeah, well, we probably would have it in the board packet, so it can be viewed by the public as well.
Any other commissioner comments?
No, I would think, instead of next Tuesday's meeting, we do it next month on the
yeah.
executive meeting, so we have, we're not here till midnight. and stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
So if we do this next week, then we're doing it in the middle of the night, and you know how crappy I get. But no, seriously, it would make more sense to do it in next month's executive board meeting where we have, a greater time frame to take things apart and look at it.
That's
As
fine.
opposed, I mean, next week is,
I didn't.
we've got a full agenda already, and it would be better, I think, when we
I
have the
just-
executive board to have time to talk about it.
I just didn't recognize that Commissioner Walters could get more crappy than he is, so.
We'll find out.
You know, we're getting at the end of the year too, we could also just make this one of our goals for 26.
Yeah.
We'll have it,
Yes. Whether you know it or not.
we'll have another executive meeting in December.
That's fine.
Yeah. Any other commissioner comments? All right, if not, we'll move on to action items. We got our first one that we moved up, which is the RMA 2026 renewal. I guess before we have discussion, we have a motion. Page 92. Weston.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept the MMRMA coverage proposal for the 2026 insurance coverage year and authorize the county administrator acting as the MMRMA member rep to sign all documents necessary to accomplish the renewal process.
Second.
Moved and supported, discussion. All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Oh, that's gone, right. All right, now we'll move on to information technology. Maybe we got to increase data speed for Wi-Fi.
Good morning. So yeah, the first item is I would like to increase the data speed that supplies our Wi-Fi. We currently got a 50 meg connection and I want to up that to 150. And if we make a few adjustments or one adjustment to the call plan, it's actually going to cost us less money per month.
Money?
Yeah, I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the data speed increase for our Wi-Fi with funds to come from the telephone funds 656-801-000.
Or, all right, moved and supported, discussion.
What type of adjustment are you talking about?
We had a 30 concurrent call plan and I'm going to drop that down to 15 because we've never gone over 10 in the last 2 years. So we don't need to spend that extra money on that.
So if we would go over 15, what would there just be a 1 month charge or something if that would happen?
We can't go over the 15 concurrent calls on that particular circuit.
Do we even need that at all?
We need at least 10.
Okay.
So I figured if we go to 15, that gives us a little bit of overage if we need it.
Yeah, Bo?
And I was looking at this more as far as the internet that we get with inside the building. So it's a combination phone and
That one is, yes.
and that's why we would continue with AT&T. We just
Yeah, and that's-
broadband has been, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just for the Wi-Fi for internal internal network. We use Spectrum for that.
Is there like a Could you do that through point broadband or?
Potentially, yep.
Okay, I just don't know if eventually if it makes sense to do that, though, if we're combining phone contracts with internet service contracts, so. Anyways. That's my comment.
Well, I'm just wondering that the next item is they're eliminating the copper lines.
Yes.
And can we get those phones on the internet or Wi-Fi as opposed to?
Well, that's partly what this is going to do.
Okay.
Yeah. They're going to change the way those, basically the phone lines work and run it through the internet. So.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
So in continuation, so yeah, AT&T is phasing out support of their copper lines, so we have to make some changes. So what this proposal is the changes they have suggested, and also an increase in the service level plan that we have on the dispatch phone numbers. I definitely want to increase that because part of that is I want to get some features on these phone lines in hopes to cut down on the 100+ robocalls that dispatch has to answer every day. I'm trying to eliminate that as much as I can.
But it seems awfully expensive for those lines at,
It is.
$550 a month, and the other one's almost $900 a month.
Well, the total would be
80.
$889
Oh,
for the two accounts that were referenced there. Yeah, it's definitely an increase.
but I mean, I would think if it's on the internet or it's, that they can, through Spectrum, they're much cheaper.
Maybe. I haven't priced out that from Spectrum yet, but
I mean, they're not on the copper lines, but I mean, they are. I'm just thinking, of course, it's not commercial, but the personal one's like $12 a month.
oh yeah, businesses don't get those cheap rates.
Right.
I wish.
So, and that's through internet or through Wi-Fi. So maybe you should look into that, I would think, for Spectrum.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the AT&T proposal to replace the copper phone lines in the dedicated internet circuit. Funds to come from Telephones Fund 656-801-000.
Second.
Supported, discussion? Not, okay.
So replacing their copper lines, so that's landlines.
Phasing them out.
That's really interesting. Where I live, I get one bar with AT&T. So I have to have a landline
Yes.
because the internet goes out. If the internet goes out, we're screwed.
Yeah.
So that's where they're putting us. Big storm, no calls.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. I don't like it either.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leanna. Next up, we've got Conservation District, program review and fee schedule. We got quite a few here from the Conservation District.
Trying to equal the numbers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and speak with you all today. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce program SESC program staff Michael Burdick and Lori Schroeder, and our Eagle counterpart Matt Anderson. So back in February, Matt reached out to Michael and I, knew that we were new, and just thought like we needed to have a conversation about the current state of the SESC program. During that conversation, it became very clear that not only are we well understaffed, but also to then increase staffing numbers, we are also going to be well underfunded. So that started a pretty long conversation between Michael and I and new staff about, what are the actual numbers? What are our deficits? And so we put this report together for you all to hopefully garner support for some changes in the program. Next slide, please.
And you met with Eagle.
Yes,
So
yes,
you're-
yes,
Okay.
yes. Next slide, please. Maybe not. All right, so I'd like, I know the report that you all had an opportunity to kind of read through it yourselves, but I think it's important to just do a quick program overview, our operations, and then we can get into recommendations and then final analysis. Also, throughout the presentation today, if there are questions, please feel free to ask. Next slide, please. All right, this is our first section. We're just going to briefly, again, we're kind of give just a quick, like, what the heck do we do? And why do we do it? Next slide, please. Wish I had my clicker. Thank you. All right, so Michigan State Ordinance Part 91's purpose is to protect the waters of the state and adjacent properties by minimizing soil erosion and controlling off-site sedimentation. Sedimentation is the greatest pollutant by volume, negatively impacting lakes, streams, and wetlands. Erosion and sedimentation result in the loss of fertile topsoil, filling of lakes and streams, increased flooding, damage to plant and animal life, and structural damage to buildings and roads. Next slide, please. Part 91 has, next. The criteria, when someone comes in and calls our office, they have to meet certain criteria that they even need a permit. So not everyone necessarily needs a permit. So the earth disturbance needs to be within 500 feet of a lake or stream. The disturbance can be within 100 feet of wetlands, driveway construction with the 10% or greater slope. And then we get into all industrial commercial developments, all subdivisions, and all condominium developments. I think it's interesting to note too, because of our, we're different than other counties just because of our access to water. So it's pretty significant that most of us are relatively close to a body of water. Next. The relationship between the Conservation District and Leelanau County. We've been the county enforcing agency for soil erosion for over 30 years. So our relationship has existed for quite some time. The administrative fee schedule that we kind of base, program has to pay for itself. The state requires the county to have this ordinance. You have asked us to administer the ordinance. And then, so work agreements that we've signed annually over the last few years, one of those work agreements is that Conservation District receives the fees to run the program. And that is part of the Leelanau County ordinance as well. Next.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Yeah, so the ordinance does not allow part of our general fund or our other funding mechanisms to pay for this. The ordinance requires the fees to fully fund the.
So currently the wording is that based on that administrating and enforcing to permit it, the ordinance says that the program has to pay for itself. Jim and I have had conversations in terms of, because many other counties do help kind of fund the program, just to kind of keep it, working and in order. Yeah.
I said affordable.
Yeah. Yes. The next slide, please. Now I'd like to just jump into kind of what our day-to-day operations looks like, kind of what our staff do, give you a brief overview of the last 4 years, kind of where we're at, and then the current program costs and analysis. Next, please. So each and every day the phone rings or someone walks in. Leelanau County is exploding in terms of development, or people that are just kind of doing different things on their land. We work in tandem with building safety. Oftentimes someone will come in to their office to fill out applications, and they will often say, hey, make sure that you also are reviewing soil erosion as well. Folks will come in, applications are taken in by our administrative assistant. She reviews project type and square footage. And then we're currently using a Google-based system, so Google Drive is free. So we use the maps, and the staff have done a really great job of, while it's not the most efficient, they've been really effective in trying to kind of run a program off of those things. Once the permit has been input into the system, it's assigned to one of our inspectors, which they've kind of carved up the county with each covering 5 different townships, and then both share responsibilities in Leelanau Township. Once that happens, the review of the project details, they review project details using county GIS and Eagle resources. They correspond with the responsible on-site contact. They conduct site assessments, and then they assign that site a priority level using a priority matrix. Next, please. So over the last 4 years, we've averaged approximately 500 permits annually. 75% of those permits pertain to residential projects. Today, if you look at the 2025 to date, that number's actually increased to about 430 since the slide was put together. And fees total are more so in the 90s. We'll continue to get permits over the next 7 weeks to end the year out. So we'll be closer to that 500 mark, probably high 400s this year. If you look at the fee totals just really quickly, you can see that last year they hired a couple soil erosion folks to help run the program, and that's why the bump in number. But if you look all the way to the right and you start to look at our site visits, we will be over that 2,200 mark. But right now we're averaging about 185 site visits a month between 2 people. Next, please. So what I did was I looked at the numbers that were coming in previous, and then took our current annual cost, and it's pretty significant in terms of the difference. That also, so over the last 4 years, we've run a consistent deficit. And so people have asked me, well, what do you mean by deficit? Are you guys, has the district been subsidizing for 4 years? And honestly, the district couldn't subsidize. We don't have that much funds that would come in to cover those costs. So the deficit both was in terms of financial, but also in terms of compliance. And so that's where Eagle gets involved and says, hey, are you guys able to run the program effectively? And based on even your staffing numbers, we know that it's impossible for the low staff to then do the job that we see in terms of like site visits annually. So that being said, next slide, please. We worked for the last 8 months to figure out how can we get into compliance. The problem was pretty apparent, just that the existing fee structure does not account for the true cost of administering the program. The program's underfunded and understaffed. Started to talk to some other, we referred to Matt, we asked questions to Matt. We looked at other certifying agencies or county agencies in the region to see what they were doing. And then just started to troubleshoot ourselves. Our fee schedule currently, the way that it's set up, it's based on square footage. And has no bearing in terms of priority. So if someone is at 2,500 square feet, it's a $250 permit fee or thereabouts. But they could potentially be in a high-risk site area, which means we need to visit twice a month. So 36 visits for $250 just doesn't cut it. So that's kind of where it became real apparent that we needed to move to a priority-based fee structure. Also, in terms of trying to begin to right size soil erosion program and the conservation district while we house it. And we're happy to continue to administer it only because it aligns with our mission and our opportunities to educate the public in terms of when they are stabilizing their ground, we're able to offer native plant species and just give them some good feedback on that. But vehicles are an issue. We have other programs that we're running out of the office that also need vehicles. And for the program to impede upon the conservation district's original mission, that's been a tough dance to have. Our solution is priority-based fee schedule. The outcomes that we foresee, one, it will reflect the true administrative costs. It'll support regulatory compliance, ensuring long-term financial sustainability, and it'll strengthen the district's mission to responsibly manage the natural resources of our county. Next slide, please. This is kind of where I dig a bit deeper into what a priority-based fee schedule looks like. We would categorize each site as a high, moderate, low, and minimal priority. Each are well-defined so that everyone understands why their site or project falls within one of those on the matrix. We'd also need to increase our staffing. One reason I wanted Matt here today was that, he had recommended 1 FTE per 100 to 120 permits. That allows Eagle to know from a distance that we at least have coverage with human bodies doing the job. Really, when you look down at the numbers, our program really needs to be closer to 3.5 FTE. We're currently at 2.75. And then finally, vehicle procurement with more than 2,200 scheduled site visits annually. It's important that we have reliable field transportation. Next slide, please. We ended up putting a proposed fee schedule together for all of you to consider. When we looked at the last 4 years in terms of what our workload is, new construction by far is where most of the workload falls. It also is the most workload in terms of site visits, but also the phone calls we get. A lot of people are getting really creative in terms of their build sites. Neighbors are concerned, so we get a lot of neighbor calls. First question I always ask is, have you talked to your neighbor? But yeah, so those sites consistently draw the most attention, both in terms of office and in field. So as we looked at what we needed to do to kind of start to right size who's getting our services, and then how to fairly kind of charge individuals to be able to pay for the program to run effectively, but also to not hit someone really hard with a high fee if they're just doing a smaller project and that we're only going to visit once or twice. So next slide, please. So we have our residential and then our commercial schedule. And then in terms of inspection frequency, I think it's important for us to kind of show you all what that looks like. Again, our permits are 18 months. So when we were starting to figure true cost of what a permit takes from the office, high would get 36 visits. Moderate would be 18 visits. Low is 9. And then minimal is they're within a certain, maybe they're within 500 feet, but it's flat land. Not too concerned about runoff of sediment, but because of the state ordinance, we need to do an initial visit and then close it out. So at the most, it's 2 or 3 visits. So that is kind of our fee schedule in a nutshell. Next slide, please. So ultimately, the final analysis is implementing a priority-based fee schedule, increasing staffing to 3.5 FTE, and acquiring 2 dedicated vehicles will enable the Leelanau Conservation District's SESC program to achieve full regulatory compliance and meet state mandates. These actions will create a financially sustainable, operationally efficient, and environmentally effective program that upholds the district's mission to protect and manage Leelanau County soil and water resources. And the final slide, please. And that's just our contact, or you can walk downstairs, available either way. But open to questions. I know that there should be questions and potentially some concerns, and we're happy to kind of address those.
So what you're projecting then will fully fund the extra staff that you need, et cetera?
Yes. Yes.
And
So
then next year, if you find out you're charging too much, you could adjust it. But I agree, you need to be staffed appropriately. And if your fees support your services, then good job for doing this total review.
thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of work. I mean, the big thing is that we recognize that, you know, this program can't make money, but it needs to pay for itself. And so that was our starting point. We also recognize that, you know, the staff, they're overworked and stressed out just because you're working with your neighbors, right? And so to be able to kind of start to allow some others to come on board and help cover that workload is going to be really great for us.
Mr. Wessel? Oh,
No, so the cars too, or would that be part of?
So the cars are included in that. So the intent is, you know, we would do a municipality lease, and I've crunched those numbers initially. So our overall cost would be, so this year is 188, but that's with us being understaffed and then just, you know, there's other things that we could purchase as far as vehicles, for example. Michael was able to plug in the numbers. If we were to take this proposed fee schedule, he plugged it into last year's numbers, and it gets us to that 3.5 FTE along with those vehicle bills monthly, those monthly costs.
Could be part of the fee.
If we go in that direction, possibly do that, but that would require a bit of a further discussion with Jake on how to actually accomplish that. But yes, it could be included, which might bring our costs down as well as theirs.
Yeah, and today, this proposal is just that. It's, you know, we've done a lot of work. Sometimes you get blind spots, and I think it was important for you all to hear kind of where we were at, and if something comes to mind, that we, you know, it'd be better for us to consider open to that. But you do all need to know that the true cost of the program is significantly more than what we're currently bringing in.
A lot of work, but we've talked at this table about how do we keep the price of housing down. And Phil Bunning has suggested we reduce the cost of fees, and I'd be reluctant to increase fees. If there's any other solution, is there anything magic about needing an additional 3/4 of a person or 1 car versus 2 cars? Because this is going to reflect on the cost of housing.
I think the only magic solution, frankly, would be an increase in the general fund contribution to the conservation district to do this proposal. I mean, the potential is they get to the point where it's not cost effective for them to do it, and they say, sorry, we're done, and then we have to take it over at cost. That's potentially a problem as well. So if anything, I think you need to treat this in the same way that you treat the building department, the building safety department. The statute that permits them to charge permit fees specifically says that you may not charge more than it costs to run the office. I think you need to hold them to the same standard, but you need to hold yourself to that same standard to make sure that they're able to do so, either through a general fund contribution or through an increase in the amount of the permit. I don't know if there's really any other way to do that.
All right, Commissioner Bunny.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I mean, how many visits a day do you go to these sites? Is there a, you know?
Yeah, so the staff, they create their a weekly schedule. There's a calendar in terms of, if they need to be at a site every, twice a month, it's every other week. And so they put up the schedule right now. Let me go back to, well, I guess we could ask them since they're here.
In page 16 of your report, it shows that in 2025, the scheduled inspections were from, in February, a low of 102 to a high in October of 264 each month, or in a month. They averaged 185 a month, basically 2 people.
Yeah.
So
That's a lot.
because I know the electrical, the plumbing inspectors, the building, they do about 10 to 14, sometimes more.
Yeah,
Is that about what?
that's about what it is currently, yes.
So I mean, that's, and I know that the drain commissioner used to do some of them. And I don't think he does them any at all now.
No, and we benefited from the drain commissioner being a part of the district, but it also, being new in the seat, and that relationship not the same anymore. We had to address those gaps, and so some of that definitely is what we're seeing today as well.
So you haven't hired anybody to take that place so far?
No, I mean, we couldn't afford to continue to float the program. So, we're currently in compliance as far as the thing about the ordinance as well is that high priority sites after major rain events, all of them need to be visited within 24 hours. So when I say 36 visits over 18 months, that's minimum. There's potentially quite a few more depending on weather patterns and what we're seeing in the county.
So, yeah, I noticed the hours that you had listed is 3 full-time employees, it's not 2.
Yeah, so, right.
Hours you spend it solely on the beach. At 2,000 hours per employee per year, yeah, they were at 6,000 hours, and what you've done this year.
Yeah, so what we currently are at so there's administrative costs. We have 2 people out in the field. So we're at 4,000 hours out in the field. But they're not out in the field from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. They have desk time that they have to do as well. So in terms of when you start to divvy out what the true time that it takes to get to sites and to do the visits, but also in terms of other roles and responsibilities that they carry. And I think that looking at just an hourly number and saying, well, that's field hours, that's not, it's more that's the current program hours.
I'm just pointing it out.
Okay.
And really, we should have been hit with this about 4 months ago. So.
Yeah. Jim and I I talked to Jim and we started talking in June, and moving towards this. It's taken time to really nail these numbers down. And I didn't want to come to you 2 months ago with only half of the information. And we were willing to kind of, really try to get it locked in before we came up to you all and to get your feedback.
Mr. Campbell, on a question?
And no offense against Buzz, but it is kind of nice having some young blood coming in and coming before us, and no offense, I suppose. How are your inspectors paid? Are they paid hourly? Is that correct?
They are hourly, you know, and even looking at this, the next year's budget, you know, it would be nice to be able to do more in line with what building safety has with their inspectors. The nice thing about Michael and Lori both is that they're natural resource, like they have degrees in natural resources, so that's a benefit. You know, some counties, they get some younger people in that aren't necessarily have the expertise. And I think that we benefit as a district and the county to have those folks out in the field.
The thing I don't see that really, that I, maybe out there, I didn't see it in here, is what is the percentage increase? And what is your anticipated revenue today compared to if these fees were enacted?
Yeah, so I briefly talked about in terms of if we were to plug in this fee schedule with what we had in 2024, it puts us up to about 300,000, which would allow us to then add that extra, you know, 0.75.
What is it now as far as your?
The fee schedule or?
How your revenue, I see fee totals like 2024.
Oh,
122,000. This would increase them. Was that the number you just gave me to what they would likely increase to?
The 300 is what they would likely increase to. I don't know, I didn't bring my report up, but in terms of the fee totals over the last 4 years, 2022 was 82,000. 23 was 76,000. 24 was 122,000. Those are the incoming numbers, yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta say, that's a pretty big jump. I understand, you know, that now, and your number of permits has not increased per se. Now, maybe they're more complicated. It looks to me like your increases for 2024 or your 2024 inspections must have been more complicated because there was a few more permits, but a lot more income, which tells me that that you're getting more permits that require more work or more visits on your behalf. I do like the concept of fine tuning your fee schedule, so it more accurately reflects the amount of time that goes into that particular project. But I am really concerned about such a large increase. The total conservation district budget is how much?
Oh, Alan, you're
That
putting
was
me
a-
on the spot.
I
It's
know,
not gonna
I
look good.
should-
I don't know their budget.
Oh.
They're a separate entity.
Yeah, we're on our own.
Okay.
Can I just address real quickly, if you take an 18-month permit, high priority, that's 36 visits. That's $30 a visit. So that's paying wages, vehicle use, insurance. So that's where for me, if like, when you start to think about so the increases looks large, but I would suggest to you that the numbers that have been put forward to all of you before weren't based on anything other than people's feelings, rather than like the true cost of like,
Sure.
what's it gonna cost? So
Sure.
the jump is staggering. For me, as the executive director of the district, the deficit is staggering because it's like, man, we can't subsidize that. And so like Jim said, it's like, if we can't subsidize it, then we're gonna have, I don't want to give the program up because it aligns with our mission, but at the same time, we can't help pay for it.
We received, the Pass County Board received a report from Buzz, a 5-year report back in 2023.
Okay.
And part of that, he also called for an increase. And he wanted the budget, the Conservation District budget to increase to $800,000 at that time. That's why I asked where you're at now, to try to put that in perspective. Are you
Yeah, so.
And that included the hiring of your communications
Right.
person, which is done and on staff now, I believe.
That's me. I wear two hats now. But that, and that's fine. But I guess for me, when the soil erosion program is in its own box.
Okay.
So the district covers it, but the soil erosion program, like fees and everything, we don't touch. That doesn't go towards any of our programming. It literally just pays for itself.
You're looking for a soil erosion program with 2 FTEs, full-time equivalents, at that particular time. So I guess the bottom line is the impact on the homeowner or on the person owning the property. I see the minimum, if I saw this right, increase from 100 to 150, or I got 100, I think, from the website. So anyways, as far as increasing the fee schedule 2.5 times, that's a pretty tough pill for me to swallow, to be honest.
I'm glad you said it out loud because I do, you know, it's not unexpected.
Sure.
But the reality is what I'm just trying to deal with, right? So like.
Reality is $120,000 swing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be the county would have to subsidize that to keep the fees at the level they're at.
Right.
You know, 6 one half dozen the other, the taxpayer is paying the bill either way.
Yeah, for me, and to speak to your point, like
But I understand, you know.
that, well, should all of us have to pay for these fees or the people that are actually using them? I mean, that's what it comes down to for me. It's like, and that's why we ended up going towards new homes being built. And we didn't go after them as much as like acknowledge like that is where the majority of our work is coming from. And so those individuals should be the ones that then, you know, rightfully are helping pay for the program.
Did you look at other counties as far as how this new fee schedule would compare with what neighboring counties?
Yeah.
Such as that?
And I would, you know, I'm happy to pass it over to Matt. Matt would be able to talk in terms about the region, but I will say that no county, as far as what I've seen so far and what Michael and I have kind of interacted with folks, like the soil erosion is not the best run program in any of the counties. It's consistently underfunded. But our county is especially unique because no one really comes close to the amount of permits. Then Grand Traverse is close, but they've even recently kind of Garfield Township kind of walked away because they thought it was going to be more of a moneymaker for them. So yeah, you want to speak to?
Sure. Yeah. So when it comes,
Want to speak?
yes, absolutely. Yeah, so when it comes to like the fee schedules, Leelanau County is kind of unique in the fact that, like Jake brought up Grand Traverse County, they do it through the health department. So they have sanitarians going out doing soil erosion visits, but they're also doing septic system inspections and other types of inspections that they have to do. So they're able to kind of divvy it up in a way that it's not just supported through their soil erosion permit fees. They have other sources to kind of fund that program, and you see that at other counties as well. So Leelanau County is kind of unique in the situation that their inspectors are only out doing soil erosion inspections. So they have to have, they're being supported only through their soil erosion fees. Does that kind of?
Yeah, and then could you speak to what adjacent counties in terms of their fee structure looks like and whether or not those are covering their costs?
Yeah, so kind of like what I said, it's not necessarily covering the entire cost that in other counties. Like I said, they might be doing other inspections. You have cases where the building department does not only the soil erosion inspections, but the other types of inspections that come with the building department. So they're not exactly covering all of the requirements or covering all their fees just based off the soil erosion. So a lot of other counties have to rely on other income sources or other types of permit fees out there.
Money?
Yeah, so then are those people certified or educated to do the soil erosion inspections? Do
Yes,
they have to be through Eagle or?
yes, that's exactly right. So the enforcing agencies have to have training that's certified through Eagle. So they get certifications through us to be able to go out and do soil erosion inspections, but also to review soil erosion plans that come in through applicants, just to make sure that the plans are adequate to prevent sediment from getting off-site onto adjacent properties and also to prevent it from getting to surface water. So the overall mission of the program is to prevent sediment from getting onto adjacent people's properties, but also preventing that sediment from getting to surface water and impairing natural resources.
What about surface water going from the adjacent to adjacent people's property?
So the program only looks at sediment during ongoing construction. It doesn't get into rainwater running from one property to another.
So would that be the drain commissioner then?
No, that's basically an issue of civil liability between the neighboring property and property that is being flooded.
So being, as Jack had said that they are better trained or would they because of their degrees?
Yes.
Are we getting better service here now?
Yes.
Than say the building inspectors?
We'll be careful with how I answer it and everything. But considering that the purpose of the program is to protect natural resources, I would feel comfortable saying that when you have people that have backgrounds, college degrees in natural resources, I would argue you probably get a better level of service just based off the fact that the soil erosion program, the mission of it is to protect natural resources, which for why I'm here for the Eagle.
Just a question on it, you have a specific one for septic system replacement and in my, look at efficiency, just seems like that might be something that the health department might be able to do as part of their approvals. Anyways, they're already sending folks out there. That might be one way to cut back on the need for personnel.
Somebody's still gonna have to do it though.
Well, they're already
charged
charged
for it.
That's what I'm saying.
And the health department is looking at different issues with respect to than compared to the soil erosion programs.
What I heard is some counties do it through their.
Yeah, but with proper training and
Sure.
compensation.
Well,
So either way, you're talking cost increase, because if they're picking up another duty, then they're gonna want.
And they're gonna need
Their
more
costs.
people,
well,
and they're gonna need to hire more people, and we are going to be asked to subsidize that, but this is fully funded by fees, which means we do not contribute.
All right, question from Commissioner Money?
Do we have a motion on the table?
No.
Okay, so I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners adopt the fee schedule proposed by the Leelanau Conservation District in the attached program report as presented.
Support.
Supported, discussion?
Yeah.
One question I have, you have on here on your fee schedule for new construction. Looks like anything over 3,000 square feet is what, 1,500, anything less than that is 1,000? What's that what are you at currently as to what you're proposing now?
1,500.
Oh, it's 1,500 period. Okay, so there's not necessarily an increase on that.
2,500, excuse me, 2,500.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1.
Mr. Chair, before we take a break, I wondered if we could deal with FB. Move that up, Mr. Chair, has been
Oh,
sitting
yep.
here a long time.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Education.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you very
Thanks for
much.
coming.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a comment?
Yeah, just one thing too, it's like with the priority-based fee schedule, it's something that we commonly see across counties. The reason for that is kind of like what Jake had mentioned, is it's like there's a lot of time expense getting from one site to another. So it's like you want to make sure that those high priority sites, at least for when it's done in great ways, those sites that have a high risk for sediment from getting offsite into surface water on adjacent properties, it's better if you can get people out there more frequently. So how Jake mentions the cost of getting out and doing 36 inspections, that's something that we commonly see throughout different counties. I know one of the kind of like the main concerns about increasing fees is obviously the increased price for people that are building homes, but kind of Jake had touched on it a little bit as well, as it's not only it may be an increased fee for people that are developing homes, but it's a way to ensure that sediment isn't getting to adjacent properties that already have homes there or to surface water. Obviously, Leelanau County is a beautiful area with awesome natural resources. Is probably a big reason why people want to live in this area. But when you can ensure that people or inspectors can get out there the best way possible, it improves the way to protect the natural resources in the area, but also increase public trust in the agencies that are out there going out and doing inspections. So when people do have concerns or complaints, people can get out there in a timely manner to address those concerns. So those kind of final comments that I had, but I really appreciate you guys' time, and Jake and the rest of the staff have my number. So if any of you guys do have any questions about Eagle's expectations for programs or any questions about the program overall, and Eagle's oversight of the program, do feel free to reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, as Commissioner West pointed, I was gonna call for a break, but we'll get to 5B, do that real quick. Start those here. Was that wrong?
Hi, everybody. Come on up.
Chairman?
You'll want to do 5A and 5B.
Yeah, 5A and.
Oh, are those
5B
two together? Okay, we can do those two together
Thank
real quick.
You guys.
This is Katie Richards. She works at my office and is the deputy administrator for your MIDC program, and also serves the same role for Grand Traverse and Leelanau County. So I wanted her to come up and experience the joys of sitting through a Leelanau County board meeting. And we're going to ask Kathy next time, let's not do it at the same day you're doing insurance stuff. I don't even understand my insurance stuff. But thank you for having us here. This really is just a conclusion to our previous discussions about the fiscal year 26 MIDC grant, which the board has already reviewed and approved the numbers. We were simply waiting for the state of Michigan to approve the grant request, which has now been done. So the paperwork, the grant contract has now been forwarded to you and to your finance department. So we're simply asking for approval of that today. The second item is just the renewal of our services for Leelanau County. This will be, I think, for year 4. And we were pleased to do it. We're going on, I think, year 6 for both Grand Traverse and Leelanau. From our end, it's working very well. We actually came in under budget again for Leelanau County, which we were pleased to do. So there's a little bit of a reserve from fiscal year 2025 that'll be used in 2026. We keep an eye on everything. Katie is the one who crunches your numbers and watches the attorney's invoices and does everything on a day-to-day basis to make sure your indigent defense program runs smoothly. So we're pleased to be here, and that would be, I think, what's on your agenda for approval today, those 2 items.
All right, so first motion, I'll take this for the grant acceptance.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the proposed independent contract agreement with Paul Jarbo and Jarbo.
Oh, you did. I'm
Do I have
asking
the
for the
wrong
grant
one?
acceptance first, which is on page 40.
Well, that's 40.
Commissioner Bunny?
Yeah, I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Michigan Indigenous Defense Grant on number 2026-0075-00 between the state of Michigan, MIDC/LAR, and Leelanau County in a total amount of $421,123.76, which represents the state grant contribution of $368,032.63, and Leelanau County's contribution of $53,091.13 by the budgeted transfer from the general fund, and authorize the chairman to sign the same.
Support.
Moved and supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, next, now we got the contract services.
Is it-
Now, that's
Is
the
it
one
my
you
turn?
did, that's the one you were talking about, so go ahead.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the proposed independent contract agreement with Paul Jarbo and Jarbo and Vale attorneys as the indigent defense managed assigned council coordinator for the period of October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026, in the amount of $60,000, and authorize the chairman to sign same.
Support. All right, moving supported, discussion. Not, all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, guys. Sorry.
Thanks, everyone. No, oh,
Didn't put you up
You don't have to
there.
leave.
wonderful day. Well, what's for break? I had my coffee. All right, thanks, everybody.
All right.
See you soon. Thanks.
All right, we'll do
Yeah,
a
yeah.
10-minute break and then we'll come back to item number 3 to start off.
If there's any issues with getting egress, just let me know.
Wow, no.
No Zoom.
Yeah, please. Always.
And
are you gonna run down the stage
to
to your sister-in-law or?
Legs still stretch out.
That's why they threw the
But.
Is the condo in the same area and that's what it's
No,
They moved, they're not. They're gonna be Florida residents.
Maybe last Sunday, this month. That's your details. That is fine.
I'd like to try. No, we didn't get invitation.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's my fault.
Like this.
You're so used to it.
Well, my family.
You were so right about it that I didn't have no sense of.
Oh.
Mark.
Hi.
All right. So,
Cousin
so.
guys, everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
around for that.
Yeah. Well, we thought, oh, that would be interesting.
We do it every year.
And what exactly is?
Well, we're just.
Oh, you're a tall fellow, so I touch.
Just a way.
You're a tall girl.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
job. We look like you're.
Oh my gosh, I would do that every day.
Okay.
And so they're making a dent.
I couldn't vote for that much.
And how do you?
I give you credit. I understand why.
Oh, it's just too much.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be that big a deal to make that part of the cemetery thing, for the health department. I don't.
Is there any possible do that? You'd have to talk to them
Yeah, so, yeah, I'll go down and talk to James. I think he's doing a good job.
Oh, yeah.
So I. How long is this meeting gonna go?
How much you talk? That's totally up to you.
You know, there are other voices here, I'm just saying.
1:45.
So should I eat my sandwich now?
Yeah.
Break's over.
Let's share it.
I gotta share it with Will, because he shares the half of his sandwich. Who made that sandwich? Your grandson?
Will be able to bust through.
No, I did.
Oh, I thought your grandson made it.
No, I have one just like it.
Oh, okay.
Just halfway there, collecting.
Collecting things. Oh, but. You guys just gonna cancel the whole meeting?
We're gonna try to get you home.
Get me out of here. That way you
So
can
we
do.
need a comprehensive, proposal here. I submit, or I propose that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve items 5 through 20.
Oh, yeah.
That would work, Mark.
We got 20?
A consent agenda. Very good for me.
I know, you do all the A's, the B's, the C's, the D's.
All right. We're gonna get back in session here. First item up, we have item number 3, which is Parks and Rec. We've got a vacancy appointment.
Yes, we just indicated in the EDS and a recommendation to appoint Kathy Dawkins of Leland Township to fill a vacancy of a partially completed term. That term ends on December 31st, 2025. We're recommending that you also consider extending that appointment through the expiration of a 3-year full term that expires December 31, 2028.
So moved.
Support.
All right. It's moved and supported. Discussion. Mr. Money.
Yeah, I was just curious about this because we're supposed to have this committee of the whole here next month to make these decisions. We're doing this individually now.
Just this one, because we're filling, there's a parks meeting between now and that meeting. So we want to have.
But we're also doing for the next 3 years in this.
That's just a suggestion. You don't have to do that, but it doesn't, to staff, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to appoint somebody to fill a 1 month term. So.
Oddly, when we had the vote at the planning commission, after I voted yes, I explained, I didn't want to leave the impression that Kathy wasn't qualified for the position, but procedurally, I agree that it really should be done with our big meeting, and there might be other applicants, and people, it seems to be a time when people know they need to get involved with government. So I voted yes, but procedurally, I think it's a mistake making this vote within weeks of time when we're making appointments.
Any other discussion? All right, not. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1. Next up, we have planning, number 8, tire recycling agreement.
Okay, I made it. I just have a request to extend our existing agreement with ERG for tire recycling. The Solid Waste Council would like to have 2 more tire collections next year, and ERG has agreed not to raise their prices.
Mr. Wessel.
I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners approve contract amendment number 5 to the tire recycling agreement with ERG. To the cost not to exceed $22,000. Funds to come from the recycling fund, 230.
Second.
Supported, discussion. Mr. Money.
Yeah, I just think these are great things that you do, doing tires and doing mattresses. I really appreciate continuing these. So that, really happy they're gonna keep the price the same. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Not. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
And my other request is to do the same with the mattress agreement that we have with Bark. We have our mattress and tire collections together.
Money.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the 2026 mattress recycling agreement with Bay Area Recycling for community bar funds to come from the recycling fund, Fund 230.
Second.
Supported, discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Kathy a question while she's here? Kathy,
Gail?
were we able?
Gail?
Gail. Gail, were we able to do the Ray Plava recycle painting the streets, parking spaces and Cedar? Did that
Oh, the
get-
buntings,
We got
striping.
striping.
I'm working on trying to get a quote for that. If I could get somebody to
Okay.
respond to me. I was hoping to get that done by the end of the year.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, next up, finance, number C, which is cost allocation contract with MGT.
Page 56 in your packet. This is a request to extend the consulting services agreement with MGT of America Consulting. We've been with them for quite a few years, and they've given us a proposed 3-year compensation rate on an escalating price scale, which is noted on page 56, with an inclusion of 2 additional years, which would be for 2028 and 29 at 8,000 fixed, to stay the same as 27.
Would you remind us what they do?
Sure. They provide the service to prepare and complete a cost allocation plan that is required by 2 CFR. And this plan is used for budgeting, grant reimbursement, and billing to Grand Traverse County. It takes into account all the costs of the Board of Commissioners, our insurances, anything that is an indirect cost that we allocate to departments for reimbursement for grants. We also use it in budgeting. So when you see the inmate transfer from 211, Fund 211 to the general fund, that is a dollar amount that is discovered and provided to us for budgeting, for cost allocation to put fees back into the general fund for the services of the jail, which also includes the indirect costs, because every department has indirect costs. Every department pays a little bit of my department because finance covers everyone. Board of Commissioners, a part of your expenses covers everyone. The treasurer's office is by transaction. They account for all the number of transactions for each department. Each time building safety puts a deposit in, MGT analyzes the cost of that transaction and its cost allocated to that department. So they do we send thousands of pages of transaction history to them in post-audit or in June, well, I should say July, August, right after we're audited. And they have to have it prepared and to us by November 30th each year.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve renewing the agreement with MGT of American Consulting LLC for three additional one-year periods, an amount not to exceed $7,500 for 2025, $7,750 for 2026, and $8,000 for 2027, with additional two years, optional years, not to exceed $8,000, with funds to come from 101, 100, 101, 801, 000, MGT to provide amendments number 2 to the consulting services agreement and authorize the chair to sign same.
Support.
If Commissioner Bonnet could do that again. Backwards.
Say that again.
Moved and supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Got chart number 8, mileage per diem.
Sure, this is page 61, just asking for a a request to waive budget rule number 12 so that a commissioner mileage and per diem expense voucher that was turned in past a deadline can be paid.
Motion, Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners waive budget rule number 12 and authorize the finance department to make payment for the mileage and per diem expenses as outlined above to Commissioner Riley's for the months of April through June 2025. In the amount total of $1,136.86.
Support.
Moved and supported, discussion. Commissioner Bunting and then Commissioner Campbell.
Yeah, I just thought that he has to abstain from this.
That's why I'm voting.
Commissioner Campbell.
I'm trying to think through this because it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, but according to our rules to not vote, there has to be a vote prior to that to exclude someone from voting.
Really don't have that. I think that's best practice. Because then it's a determination by the board that a conflict exists
Right.
rather than a determination by the individual. So you could do that.
Well, we
But
can,
again, it's not required, that as I read your policy.
okay. I think it's part of that discussion we really need to have.
I agree, and I would recommend that to be a best practice that we adopt in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? My question is, can you legally abstain then?
Yeah, there's,
You can abstain.
yes, I don't see any, there's nothing in your rule as I recall that prohibits that or requires that you vote to allow the abstention.
It's not in Robert's rules, because that's what we,
No, right.
All right, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Carried 6 with 1 abstention. All right,
Page 62 in your packet is my request that the board pay the $1,600 quote or authorized payment of it to Harris Financial. They have been working with us this year to do our chart of accounts, the implementation of the chart of accounts crosswalk. And this is their fee, and they waived all the development fees, which would have been tens of thousands of dollars because they ended up realizing this was a state of Michigan thing. It was not our thing.
Russell.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy to contract with Harris Local Government to complete the chart of accounts conversion in our original financial software system and authorize the board chair to sign the attached quote in the amount of $1,600 with funds to come from contingency.
Second.
Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. 0.
Thank you.
You got it? Next up, under administration, we got item number A, which is point broadband satisfaction contract.
Yes, I provided in the EDS some background regarding this. Contract essentially says that if the county administrator is satisfied, the contract is satisfied, the last payment has to be made. How that actually gets determined is a good question. But what we asked Point to do was give a summary, which is included in the document at page 66. That talks about what they've done and how they've done it, how much it costs. I indicated in the EDS that the original amount of the contract that they were doing with Leelanau County was $17.5 million. And of that, there would be a $5 million amount that was paid by Leelanau County. The intention of that grant, if you will, was to serve residences that would not otherwise be served because they were not commercially feasible. As I understood the contract, that's how I see it. there was an original amount of $250,000 that was done for planning purposes. The balance of the $5 million grant was $4,750,000. And there remains I don't remember, Kathy, what the total amount of the final payment is.
About 539,000.
Right. So that amount, basically what the contract said, we can withhold that amount until I'm satisfied that the contract has been fulfilled. Based upon the summary, the one-page summary that they've provided as to the work that they've done, and in addition, they've provided us a voluminous amount of material. There's a report regarding each cabinet that shows, it has photographs showing it was in fact constructed. There's a speed test for every cabinet that shows that it actually works. It was too much volume to actually include on this, in this document, other than the one-page summary that we provided. But we have put those, they're now on the broadband page on the county's website. They're accessible by you and by anyone else in the public to show what was actually done. It also shows, there's a spreadsheet that shows every one of the drops that they created and what type it was. Is it underground? Is it currently above ground? They've also included in their project summary, there were 1,111 unbuilt properties that, and of those, there are 801 that had a pending right-of-way problem. Either they were not able to get an easement from an adjoining landowner, or even the person that the drop is intended to provide service to. They just haven't completed those. They will be completed as those rights of way are granted or not. There are 114 customers with reservations regarding allowing access. There were 22 apartment complexes that declined participation, and 177 other reasons, homeowners association or a community that declined to participate. So what they're telling us is of the 8,737 houses that they were approved to provide, they've actually built 7,626, which, with those unbuilt being the numbers that I just indicated. So based on our review internally, administration and finance review internally, we believe the contract has been fulfilled, and we're asking you to approve that or confirm that authorization, my authorization, to close out the contract. We've actually already written the check, but we withheld it. I think Kathy could explain what approval stage that check is, but my understanding is if you approve this today, we're in a position to mail the check today. So.
Well, Tuesday next week.
Well, that's that's what I meant. It's Tuesday next week, once the claims and accounts are approved at the full board meeting. We're ready to mail that check.
Mr. Algar?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize the administrator to close out the Point broadband contract and release the final payment check as presented.
Support, discussion?
I would just like to remind everyone that the entire county was not covered, that the final deed information has been released, but I have yet to totally, since we don't have Chris Share anymore, we need to understand that. But I am glad Point Broadband is done, and I'm grateful for the people who now have coverage.
Yeah, and I've had constituents and other people tell me about being hooked up to it, and they are very, very happy with it. We're very satisfied with the service they're receiving.
In line to get mine installed.
We have no fear that the unbuilt ones, as they get the permits or the approvals, they'll be back to do that.
You know, I considered that. These are, that's what they tell us. That's what they tell us. I just think it's unreasonable for us to withhold their final payment when what we're talking about is construction delays that are outside of their control. And there's nothing that they can do about the fact that somebody won't grant them a right of way. And as those things progress, I'm fairly confident that they'll be willing to do that. They want to serve, they want customers. They want customers. That's the bottom line. And another way to look at this is once we pay this final bill, then it's really their responsibility to satisfy these people and not so much the county board. Not that we won't participate as we have to encourage them to do what they contracted to do. But this is now out of their control, and I don't feel comfortable denying them the final payment of a contract. And they've done everything they possibly can to fulfill their obligations.
I think they've done a wonderful job, and I've heard the same thing that Will's heard. I would, if you're willing, suggest it when we pay them, we include in a note, we're really pleased with your work, and we know that you're going to continue to fill in the gaps.
I do intend to do that, but I would also say one of the things that Point is waiting for is this final payment, because they would like to do the same thing in return by acknowledging the county board and really publicizing the fact that their services are now available. They have kind of delayed doing that a little bit until this final payment is made.
That discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
I think we have to feel good that we gave about 25% of our people access to broadband. I think that was a good decision of the board and an important decision.
That, we're on to number B, which is cooling tower RFP.
Yes, this, as you recall, this is an RFP solely for the engineering and design aspect of this project. We've identified the cooling tower outside as having some problems. What, in fact, you're seeing outside, there's the preparation of a heat pump replacement just outside in the foyer here. Because the heat pump, or excuse me, because the cooling tower outside in the parking lot is having trouble maintaining an adequate and consistent temperature for the water that it returns to the heat pumps, we're having the heat pumps shut down. They have excess wear. They need to be replaced. So we need another solution for that heat pump to replace it. We've estimated that the cost of that is at least $500,000, and we have set aside money to do that. One of the concerns was that we needed to have someone that could inspect and engineer what we actually need and determine that there actually are more modern methods of achieving the cooling that's necessary to supply the heat pumps with water. We had 4 bids that we received. And I said in the EDS, they ranged in proposed cost from $36,800 for the engineering portion to over $500,000 for the engineering all by itself. We haven't, when I wrote the EDS back on last week, we were in the process of looking at recommendations, looking at other projects that the individuals had performed, or the bidders had performed, and evaluating whether or not any of these bids were were inappropriate as to amount. We're in it, what we'd like to do at this point is just simply have you pass it to consideration for the full board meeting on November 18th, where we'll have a completed recommendation. And I'm fairly confident that in the end, we will have confidence that the recommendations and the capabilities of the low bidder will actually be sufficient to do the project. So we would accept the bid from Spicer Group. That is where we're tending to make the recommendation, not just because it is the low bid, but because we believe they're also capable of doing the project. Mr. Money?
Yeah, I move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners move the RFP for the cooling tower item for final consideration as a matter of new business at the full board meeting on November 18th, 2025.
Support. Right, supported, discussion?
Is 1 week gonna, I mean, is that, you've done a lot of work and again, since I haven't been able to give you, for parent EDS, it has all the information. Yes, I'm confident we'd be able to make a recommendation in that period of time. That's just my concern. I spent about an hour on the phone with the low bidder yesterday. So yes, I'm confident that we'll be in a position to do that.
Any other discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Next up, we got audit services RFP approval of vendor.
This one is a little bit more interesting. We did also receive 4 bidders. They range, if you look at the 2025 audit, the low bidder was at 50,175. The high bidder was at 84,000. What we've done is we've scanned first of all, we do have for all 4 of the bidders, we have their cost page of their RFP included and attached to the EDS as well as the bid tabulation. We've scanned the entire EDS, or excuse me, the entire bid package from all 4 of the bidders. And I think we've emailed those to your email so you can review them. I guess what we're again asking the same thing to at the very least move this to the full board meeting on the 18th, but then also have you discuss, are there things that you want just a recommendation from us, from the administration? Would you like to interview any of these companies? Where would you like us to go next with the recommendation? Because this is a very important decision. It is a contract that is actually directly with you as the board to do the audit, and I think your involvement needs to be more significant than perhaps the other RFPs that we've approved, made and had administration make the sole recommendation. So at a minimum, we would ask that you move this to the full board meeting on the 18th. And then beyond that, any discussion that you have regarding what input you want to have beyond recommendation from the administration.
So this is the audit that Riemann has done.
Yes, and Riemann did not bid. They did not present a bid. The bid shows there was Andrews, Hooper and Pavlik, Clark, Schaefer and Hackett, Gabbridge and Company, and Manor Costerian for 4 bidders, as it shows in the bid compilation.
Do you think Riemann didn't submit a bid because they heard we wanted to change?
I can't say. I had conversations with several individuals from Riemann, actually at the MAC meeting. They acknowledged they'd received the bid, and I encouraged them to bid. On that, I can't tell you what their motivations were. That's one of the things that when you're doing a closed bid, the most that I can do, or the most that I think is appropriate for me to do, is to encourage the incumbent to submit a bid. Beyond that, giving them information or even telling them, yeah, we definitely want to change, or no, we do not want to change, would be an inappropriate thing for me to do as administrator.
I like your invitation or suggestion, maybe that the board interview, and I think it's an important contract to have. And I don't think we're prepared to do that next Tuesday, and would rather have them come to the December executive committee board meeting or have a special meeting. Because I think we have to interview the auditors, the firms.
Yeah, and I think you'd really want to look at their RFPs because they do things somewhat differently. And an interview would be appropriate because you'd be in a position to fill in the blanks of some of the comments that are made in the RFPs as well. So.
I would also like to hear from, in particular, our finance director, and really from the clerk's office who has dealt with Riemann in the past. I just would like to have information from multiple sources going in, because I don't know if anybody's worked with these folks. I don't know anything about them. I like the idea of bringing them into the interview.
One of the things that oh, wait a minute. I'll also send to you, I have a copy of the bid sheet. I actually thought I included it with the EDS, but it's a copy of the bid sheet with my notes on it.
Okay.
That, for example, every one of the 4 bidders has at least one Michigan county that they do an audit or have done an audit for. A couple of them represented counties that I'm very familiar with. And I know the county administrators and or the finance directors or the treasurer for. So we intend to gather all that information as well to provide to you as you make a decision. So yes, every one of them has significant municipal experience in Michigan and at least one county that they have represented as auditor.
And they're all from downstate?
Actually, one of them has an office in Traverse City. 2 of them have offices in the Lansing, East Lansing area, and 1 has offices in Grand Rapids. They're mostly larger national accounting firms that have local offices.
Who's the Traverse City?
I don't remember. I believe it's, I don't remember, but I'll send you the sheet that has my notes on it that includes that information.
Well, just my recommendation here, but I would strongly recommend when we do an interview, I think it'd be very wise to include the finance director. Have them ask questions, on their behalf and what they feel comfortable with, what they want, as well as the board here. I just think we need to have an open discussion, dialogue with all parties to make sure we're comfortable with everything. So when we do the interview process.
To do that, you may really just want to have a special meeting for that purpose only, because you're probably looking at about at least a half an hour for each of, if you're going to interview all 4. You could also decide just to interview 2 of them. It's up to you really what you do. But if you do all 4, you're looking at least 2.5 to 3 hour meeting, I would think. And you would want it to be separate.
Would we consider the treasurer too?
Yes, I think you should. I've been indicating again, administrator, finance director, and treasurer is really your financial team.
Is that something is that meeting we can set up today, or is that something we should set up? Is that something to work through you to figure out what their schedule is like and come back in our next Tuesday?
I think we're gonna have to do that. It may take a couple meetings if we to get them all. So if that's what you'd like to do. I think we could still continue it to the next meeting on the 18th, and we might have some further information for you in terms of exactly what we will do as far as the interview process.
I would recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners do this item for further consideration as a matter of new business at the full board meeting on November 18th.
Second.
Moved and supported, discussion. Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, thank you. Next up, we have item number D, which is artificial intelligence policy. Matter.
Yes, you can also, this is a policy adopted through IT Director of Human Resources. It's also been reviewed and approved by legal counsel. We kind of view this as excuse me. We kind of view this as a first step in the process. We are starting to have some employees that are using artificial intelligence directly in their job. We are also as we move to the Microsoft 365, one of the things that's included in that is the Microsoft Copilot. It doesn't have the same kind of capabilities as a standalone large language module or artificial intelligence program. But it does do a lot of things. It can summarize emails, it can summarize documents for you, it can do a number of things that have artificial intelligence capability. So we think that this policy is the first step in that process. And Jen has any further comments, but we are recommending that you adopt it for application to all employees.
The only thing I would add is that employees are using it, and I would think they would continue to use it. It does increase efficiency. I think it's a great tool, but we just need to make sure that we have a handle on the parameters of it, and I think that's what was identified in the policy. If you have any questions or concerns about it, I'm happy to revamp it, but I think it touches on all the key pieces, not letting out confidential information and doing a thorough review before releasing the information.
Motion. I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners adopt the artificial intelligence policy number 3.07 as presented.
Or discussion?
I don't feel comfortable with the policy, honestly. I just think it needs some tweaks. These open to say, don't use in employment decisions. Well, I can see a lot of times where I'm not using it to make a judgment, but I'm using it as part of the information that I have. So I think it just takes a valuable resource off the table. And I think it's a bit much to have to inform your supervisor every time you access AI. If employees consider AI search as one of their many tools to help make a decision, that's a good thing. And it's going to become just commonplace in the years ahead. The IT department is in charge of monitoring. I'm not sure what that process looks like. It sounds a lot like Big Brother, if you will, being in charge of looking over everybody's search every time. And I don't like the idea that exceptions should be okayed, or I think the exceptions should be okayed by the department head or elected official for that department rather than the IT department. I mean, just if you just want to, if you work for the treasurer, say, hey, keep them informed of what you're doing. I just think it's going to be everyday life, and we're going to have to train people how to use it rather than regulate every time they call it up. That's my thoughts.
Well, there's nothing saying that it won't change. So until we're comfortable with how employees are using it and what parameters they're using it in and get themselves trained on it, it's probably better we have a little tighter oversight in what's going on so that we can develop a policy that might be more user friendly, but you know, I mean, I think the stronger controls in the beginning are better than, yeah, go ahead, guys, whatever you want, you know, because that's the opposite end of this. So I'm thinking we're better off monitoring it till we know how it works.
I just think having to go to the IT director every time you want to pull up AI, as opposed to the guy or gal or person who's sitting next to you in the room who happens to be in charge of that department. I just think it's overreach, and it wouldn't take much to step it back a little bit. I just trust employees a little bit more than to have them have to go to someone else every time they use this valuable resource.
Any other discussion?
I didn't see that you had to have IT director's permission to use it. I heard in the policy that if you used it for your final product, indicate that you have used AI. But I don't think that says that the IT director has to approve every time a staff member uses ChatGPT for.
Did I misread that?
That was not the intent. So if that's how it came out, then that would be wrong. Because right now it's like using Google, right? You go on and it's a search engine basically, or it defines things for you. It will be used on a regular basis, I think. So I don't think the intent was to have the IT director look at every time it's being used. It's just a tool in the toolbox, but it needs to have a final review somewhere if it's being turned out as a final product. And so it's the elected official, it's the person responsible for your report, whatever that report is.
Well, that was a question I had too, is where did you read that in there? Because I don't.
Well, it's in the compliance, man.
It's 4.2, any exception that must be approved in Information Technology Department in advance.
Yeah,
But that's in reference to 4.1.
Yeah.
Right.
So when your business is all done, then you gotta acknowledge that, hey.
So it'd be anything outside of this policy would have to go through action. Right. So in this policy, okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? I will just add, when we went to the MAC conference, and I know the administrator was there as well, I did sat through a 45-minute training or whatever. And a lot of what they mentioned in that training is covered in this policy. So it's literally a lot of it, they stressed the importance of, if you create it, use it, you need to say it's my own, and don't put it, AI created this, you own it as your own document type of thing. And I think a lot of that covers in there where you pretty much, you're very transparent with what I used here. So I feel like what I learned there is in here. So I appreciate you guys for, I think it's a good document. So
thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, with that, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1. All right, next up, we have a uniform and gun allowance for non-union personnel.
And that is, just to explain, these are, we already have these allowances in the collective bargaining agreements with our law enforcement personnel. We do not have a provision in the non-union personnel policy regarding this issue. So in order for us to have an audit trail regarding an approval by you to allow us to pay these uniform and gun allowances to the sheriff, undersheriff, 3 court bailiffs, and the Marine deputies, both senior and junior Marine deputies, we need the approval for this. And Kathy prepared a good motion in terms of what's necessary to make an appropriate audit trail for that.
Commissioner Wassel?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners to approve the uniform and gun allowance for the non-union personnel, sheriff, undersheriff, bailiffs, and Marine deputies for payroll with appropriate taxes withheld if receipts are provided, funds to come from accounts ending in .742 and .742 as budgeted.
Second.
Board discussion?
It should be if they're not provided, not.
Yeah, you read off if they are provided. I figured. I didn't catch that, just understand your intention on that, so.
But I think that we could have a policy that goes, you know, that states that, and that would, we could do that, and then we wouldn't have to
Talked
go
about
through this
that.
every year.
We talked about that, and that is something that, and one of the main issues that is inherent in this motion, if they don't provide receipts, then it is treated as taxable and paid through payroll. If they do provide receipts, then it's treated as a reimbursement and it's not taxable. And that's perhaps is the thing that we could do, as you say, a policy that says they receive the same allowances as are provided in the collective bargaining agreements, and then address the issue with regard to when it is not taxable. And we could do that, and you can approve that policy for sure.
Mr. Roberts?
Well, the way this is read, Kathy probably can answer this. The only one's getting the gun allowance, the way I see it here, is just a sheriff and undersheriff. The rest are just uniforms, correct? So what, we provide the uniforms, so what is like for the Marine Deck, what's the 150, what's that going towards? Cleaning?
Yes. The receipts I do receive are dry cleaning bills.
So how many take it? So, but they have to take it to dry cleaning and then show a receipt. They just can't buy $20 worth of detergent, wash it themselves, and then we pay them $325. Okay.
I actually have dry cleaning bills.
Okay.
Do you have your hand up, Jen? No.
I was just wondering if we could put it in the non-union policy.
That's probably what we would do.
Okay. Next time we do a redraft, or bring it all in there.
Any other discussion? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Next up, we got the ACA administration contract with Raymond.
Yes, this is, Jen, you could probably provide the best information regarding what this report is. But it's basically, the Affordable Care Act requires us to provide a report to the federal government regarding the insurance that we provide to employees. And also, we have to give, it's like a 1099 for insurance to the individual, so they can verify in their tax returns that they actually do have insurance through a group health plan. And that's pretty much what this is. Raymond's done it in the past. They're agreeable to do it, to do it again in the future. It does indicate we're waiving the bid policy, but the amount is actually less than the administrative spending policy, but we are bringing it to you for approval.
Motion?
I move to recommend that County Board of Commissioners to waive the bid policy and approve the service agreement between Raymond Robinson LLC for services outlined in this agreement. Funds to come from the Board of Commissioners contract with services 100-101-801-000.
Second.
Board discussion? All right, if not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Jim, before you leave, I have to apologize to you. I misread that. The part that says inform your supervisor when you have used a Gen AI tool to help inform a task. I read supervisor as being the IT director, and I see where I was incorrect on that. I'd still vote no on it, just because I don't think you should have to, every time you access AI, I don't think you should have to report that to somebody. But I misspoke, and I apologize to you.
No worries on that, sir. I don't think the intent is that every single time, but if your supervisor understands you are using it on a regular basis for this task, that's a clear communication. We just want to make sure that there's clear communication between management and staff on whether they're using it. So
It says inform your supervisor when you have used a Gen AI tool to help perform a task.
right, so if the task is a repeating task and you're going to be doing it every week for the next year, you inform your supervisor, I intend to use AI for this task. And then that's an understanding. I don't know that you have to go back every week and tell her I'm using it. But maybe I could make it more clear if we ever revise the policy.
And we'll probably need to revise the policy when we do roll out Microsoft 365, because it does have Copilot built in, and we'll have to see how people are actually using that. So that the routine use of Copilot, for example, would just be exempt from that policy. We'd have to figure that out. But this is, I think you're absolutely right, Commissioner Campbell. This is coming, and it'll probably move faster than we can have a policy that keeps up with it. We're gonna try.
Okay, thanks.
All right, next up on the agenda, item number G, which is Michigan Association of Counties MAC annual dues.
Yeah, this was a very interesting, for me, a very interesting EDS to prepare. Apparently, in the past, well, the EDS is at page 89 of your packet. But page 90 and 91 show two things. It shows the invoice from MAC, which asks for a payment of $20,770.21. The page 91 shows the history of what we have paid to them in the past. In 2024, we paid $12,000, and we did that also in 2023. The bill for MAC dues was around the neighborhood of $19,000. So we have always paid less than they have invoiced us for. It appears as though they have accepted that. They haven't kicked us out of MAC or anything, because we're not paying the full amount they demanded. But based upon the past practices that we've engaged in regarding the payment of this invoice, I prepared an EDS asking for the same amount as last year. I suppose when we issue that check and send it to MAC, they'll tell us what the consequences are, if any.
This is an age-old thing. I mean, it goes back to 2000, and, you know, we brought up the fact that we were doing it by the size of the county and the number of residents in comparison to what other counties were paying. They were charging us a higher percentage. So we said 20 years ago that we're gonna pay like a more of a per capita thing, and this is what we're paying.
I believe
And
that
they haven't bought that.
yeah, I believe their formula is based on state equalized value.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, that's what it was.
For a county of 22,000 to have our state equalized value, I mean, there are a bunch of counties of 22,000 that would be envious of our state equalized value.
Right. Right, and that aren't paying near what we're paying. That's gross.
I like your approach.
Well, I'd like to take credit for it, but I really can't. It's something that we've done in the past, so.
Mr. Money?
I move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the 2025-2026 Michigan Association of Counties annual membership dues in the amount of $12,000, with funds to come from the Board of Commissioners membership dues and fees account, ending in 807.
Supported.
Supported, discussion, support. That was my only question is, yeah, and I guess we'll find out, if we pay the 12,000, are we missing anything by paying less? I've never seen that before, so.
No, but that was the argument, is that we're a county of 22,000 people, and we're paying more than Grand Traverse is for the county, twice our size. And so that's why we argued about it 20 years ago, and they refused to pay.
That makes sense. I just didn't know we could dictate that, so.
Well,
I guess
apparently we got away with it.
Yes, so.
That was your previous seat that demanded that.
Well,
Yeah.
it works, it works, so.
We don't want it.
Any other discussion?
And the new one.
All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. All right, next up, we're on the Appropriations Act Resolution, which is item number I, and 2026 budget rules.
Yes, apparently in the past, you've approved the appropriations resolution and the budget rules to be considered at the next meeting. The idea today was to have you review it, make sure it's what you want. So it's actually presented presented as a portion of the budget public hearing at your next meeting. Based upon the discussion we had at our last meeting, our last budget meeting, I simply took the General Appropriation Act resolution from 2025, changed the dates, and as well as the budget rules, changed the dates. They remained exactly the same as they were last year. And we're asking for you to review them and comment to see if there's any changes you want before they're presented for the presented at the public hearing. And there's not a recommended motion necessarily. It's just a kind of a discussion.
Discussion, Mr. Wessel?
Well, I think they're identical to last year. I hope we continue to look at some proposed changes for next year, because I think some of the suggestions in the edit we saw last week or last month were good. But I don't see any difference now than what we approved last year, and I would support it.
Money?
Yeah, I would just make a motion that we move this forward to next week.
Support discussion? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
And again, there's no EDS regarding item J, this to set a date for the committee of the whole regarding recommendations and board and commissions, but we were hoping we could set a date so we could publicize that. I don't know if you want us to just give us some direction on how you want to do that, if you want us to send out a poll of members or a special session, if you want to do it December full board meeting.
Traditionally, the executive committee meeting in December?
December executive.
Traditionally, we've held a separate meeting or?
No, I don't think so. I mean, at least last year we didn't, although if we wanted to start interviewing prospective candidates, we'd do that. But if we just look at a list, it's not a lengthy process.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was just part of a regular meeting last year. It was the end, like in December or something, I think. So,
It was a committee of the whole. And that committee of the whole then recommends it to the executive and then the executive to the regular. That's what it was last year. It was December 10th, Tuesday. It was a committee of the whole.
So it was a separate meeting.
It was a separate meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
It was immediately following the executive.
Maybe that's what it was. Okay,
Yeah, so that's where, so it is a separate at that, as it's posted last year. I'm just looking at the agenda.
Might as well do that again.
Do that again.
But would you rather have that meeting occur before the December executive meeting, and then you could do the recommendation at the same time, or do you want to do that in December, have the committee of the whole meeting in December and make recommendations in January?
What did we do last year, Jen?
So it looks as though you did the executive after, and then it's added as a late addition to your regular session so that you could have your approval process. So yeah, in December. So it's it was the executive and then the committee of the whole. Those recommendations then came on as a late addition in the December meeting as boards and commissioners appointments. Recommendations, committee of the whole recommendations. So it's I don't want to say a mark on your agenda in the December meeting that's to happen.
So there's no way to do it before the executive, so we don't have a late addition.
Well, I don't want to say it's late, so I can go back to the agenda. I just looked at the work. Let me go back to the agenda that's of the executive, that same time frame.
That's just I don't like late additions, it just looks.
Yeah, it's
looks like
actually, it's just, it was a marker. So you had on your December agenda, a placeholder. Sorry, I kept saying marker. A placeholder that said boards and commissioners appointments, committee of the whole recommendations to move forward to regular session. So you have that, then you held the committee of the whole, and then those recommendations came under that agenda on that night.
So it wouldn't necessarily be a late addition then.
Correct, sorry.
Okay,
Yep,
that-
yep.
well, yeah.
It's not in red, but I wondered how, yeah. So that's how it was done, that's how it was handled last year.
We've always done it decent.
Is there any objections to that or any new recommendations? No.
So you want consensus that you're gonna hold a work session after the executive?
Right after executive, which would be, what day is that? 10. Ninth.
Ninth.
The ninth. Right after executive on the ninth, have a special session for that,
Committee of the whole,
any of the whole for that. Just have a placeholder on our regular session, so it's not a late addition.
correct, so it's on executive, move forward.
Yep.
Okay,
Do we have to do special meeting 3, or do we do it as a
no,
motion
this
here?
would be consensus.
Okay.
No.
I think somebody will have to sign, but as long as you're all.
All right, I sense consensus on that, so we'll move on. All right, public hearing on the 2026 budget, November 18th at 6:45 PM.
We've already set that and the notices have been published, so this is like, I think, just that, I don't know that you have to take any action on it, it's simply a notice to the public or a reminder that that's the date of the public hearing. I don't think you need to take any action on
That's probably just a placeholder for a regular meeting.
it. Correct.
So,
You're moving it forward essentially. is what you're
Yeah, but don't we have to finalize what what the budget is? I mean, are we going to include, you know, the leasing of cars? Or, you know, because that, I mean, we're supposed to make a decision on that.
We've
It's
budgeted,
gonna be published.
we budgeted an amount that is equivalent to that. Doesn't necessarily mean you're contracting to lease vehicles, but that's the amount that we budgeted for either leasing or purchasing cars. If it turns out that you do not, don't desire to do the leasing, we would have to do a budget amendment, more than likely to purchase the number of cars that are involved.
So, well, I mean, I thought that this board had approved purchasing. And that we were gonna purchase 3 cars and a truck.
We've not taken any direct action on that question, how they'll be acquired.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember us that there was just consensus to get more information. I don't think there was a definitive on what we're gonna do, type of thing.
Right. So I mean, I would prefer that we have the full amount for purchasing them in the budget as opposed to leasing.
The budget that's actually been presented for, that's been published, that will be considered a public hearing, has the amount that assumes leasing. So you can't really change that because it's been published. You're gonna have the discussion on what to do about that for sure. But I don't think you can change the budget that's been published as of the 6th, prior to, we have to have that published before the public hearing, and we've done that already.
Is that a change that we can have after the public hearing is done?
Yes,
And we
absolutely.
can modify those. numbers?
Absolutely. Yes, you can do that. Because that's what the public hearing contemplates.
Right.
You hear from the public and you may make changes to the budget based upon what you hear that at that public hearing. You just can't adopt the full budget until you've completed the public hearing process.
So if you're okay with that, we'll go through the public hearing process, and then if we want to, if you feel more comfortable modifying those numbers, we can have that discussion then and go with that.
Okay, because I'm a little concerned about the contingency being only 200,000 also. I mean, is that part of published as well?
It is, and again, one of the other issue that we talked about at that last meeting was setting the amount of the based upon our taxable base and the tax rate that we have, that you've already approved. You've approved the equalization report back in April that established $4,503,452,257 as the taxable value within the county. Applying that to the tax rate that you've already also approved, 3.2520. You've approved both of those numbers tentatively. You need to approve a number of the taxes that you are going to collect. Currently, we're budgeting only of that, well, step back for a second. If those numbers are actually used to approve the taxes the general property taxes you collect, that will generate $14,645,226.67 as your general property tax collected in 2026. Right now, you're only budgeting $14,335,536. So you're about $310,000 less in terms of what you budgeted versus what you're most likely to collect, assuming everybody pays their taxes. And the tax payment rate in Leelanau County is very, very high. So there is additional money, there is additional revenue that you're more than likely going to collect based upon the tax rate that you tentatively already approved, that you could include in the budget. So that's something that you're going to have to take into consideration as well.
Well, it feels like we're going backwards and we're setting up a budget that we have to change immediately. That's the only thing I see.
You have to have at some point a budget that the public can react to, and that's what you're doing.
Okay.
And you're going to react to it as well, and potentially make some changes at your next meeting.
Questions on that?
I remember all those changes, and we have to have a balanced budget. Yes, we do. And this all goes back to healthcare. I'm not saying there's any better alternatives because I didn't see them, but we manipulated our numbers to fit in the extra $600,000 that we needed for healthcare. We reduced our contingency. We went to leasing vehicles. There's another thing we did for $100,000. Oh, and Mr. Dyer increased our anticipated tax revenues. That's how we balanced our budget. That's been published. And as far as your question about going back and purchasing cars, probably a decision is going to be made on leasing before we actually take in that tax money. So probably we're going to have to make that decision to go with leasing, to be honest. I mean, maybe there's a better alternative. I don't know where you're going to find that money in that budget without waiting until the tax revenue comes in.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Discussion after a public hearing next week. For more on that. Moving on to item number 7A, we got Buildings and Grounds Committee, Bulletin Board outside MSU extension.
Yes, that was a, again, you referred that issue to the Buildings and Grounds Committee. They reviewed that, walked around the hall, discussed that with the representative of MSU Extension, and their recommendation was to permit a bulletin board with the size and style consistent with other bulletin boards within the government center to be installed and managed by the maintenance department on the right-hand side of the wall next to their offices. And I think it's two pictures that were there currently moved to another location. I think we even agreed on where that location was. That was Commissioners Walters and Robbins. So let you guys add anything further.
Before I make this motion, Alan, can I cover this up before so we're not in conflict? Move to recommend the installation of the bulletin board outside the MSU Extension office.
Support.
Motion supported, discussion. Robbins?
Okay, we met, Mark and I got short end of the stick and he made me chair. So we, like Administrator Dyer mentioned, we had this discussion, we went outside, we Dwayne Flask was here from maintenance. It's a simple fix, 20 minutes maybe. Not gonna take long to take the two down and put the one up. We did, if you go up and down the hallways, downstairs and upstairs, good half of our departments already have bulletin boards. I know that's been an issue in the past, but you know, senior services has them downstairs, clerk's office. I know the clerks were legal, but still it's bulletin board. So that I recommend. I'm going to vote for it. They've been asking for it. It's a simple fix.
Any other discussion?
Do we need some kind of a policy? So are we gonna individually approve these for all of our departments?
Building grounds committee, I guess.
Well, I'm trying to avoid them. Even though you have the short end of the stick, I'm trying to avoid having the building grounds take up the question every time a department wants to.
Well, I will agree. It's I feel like it's something. This is an easy fix here, and this could have avoided a meeting and saved the county $200 to pay Mark. I didn't come up here.
Wasn't the only thing we discussed.
What's that?
It was.
Right, but still, it just I think between maintenance and our administrator, this could have been resolved without a meeting.
I think that the reason that these kind of things are referred to the Building and Grounds Committee is there's a thought that the interior of the building is so important that it represents the county itself, that it should be a decision by the county board as to whether or not there'll be a change in the interior. That's just my understanding. I don't necessarily agree personally with that, but that's my understanding of what the background is.
Somebody let the cat out of the bag already, because there's already bulletin boards out, because, you know, if it went up to me, building ground committee, we would not put anything that. You know, it takes away the atmosphere, or pristineness of the courthouse, but it is what it is. And we've already let the cat out of the bag, so now everybody gets to, so, you know.
Any other discussion? All right, not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next up, we've got item number B, which is acceptance of donation, Bingham Bridge Portrait.
Yes, the only reason this is being presented to you is your policy requires that any non-cash donation with an approximate value over $250 must be approved by the board of commissioners prior to acceptance. We have apparently a resident that has this canvas print for the Bingham Bridge. We do not have a proposal as to where it necessarily would be located, but before we get to that point, you have to accept the donation, since the constituent indicated it was worth $480 at the time. They're not asking for anything in return. They just want to give it to us, but your policy currently requires that you approve that.
Commissioner Wessel?
I move to recommend the county board of commissioners accept the donated canvas print for use in the basement conference room.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Next up, item number C, discussion of elected official and deputy compensation.
And this is on the agenda as a board of commissioners item. I did prepare an EDS and attached a calculation that finance department did that showed what would be the cost of providing base salary rate increases to the elected officials and their chief deputies in the amounts of a 3%, 5%, and a 10% increase. And suggested some items that you would want to discuss if you discuss as part of this issue, whether there should be a specific difference between elected officials and their deputies, a percentage difference, a difference between the chief deputies and the highest pay grade of the employees that they supervise. What pay rate is appropriate for each office, and if pay increases are implemented, should they be phased in over time or all at once? Those are some of the issues I think you need to discuss. There certainly are others that you could present themselves, but it is my understanding the last time there were base wage increases for elected officials or deputies, other than as an across the board proposition. The last time that was done was in 1994, from information I've received from other commissioners. So this is really in your ballpark. There's no real recommendation from either finance or administration regarding this.
Campbell?
I move that staff be asked to provide a report comparing the salaries of elected officials and their deputies with those of 5 or more similar counties in terms of population, size of staff managed, and other defining characteristics. Such report will be provided to commissioners in their packet for executive meeting set for December 9th or January 13th, with action expected at the regular meeting that follows 1 week later. Should higher compensations be approved, they will go into effect on January 1st, 2026. I'm asking that we have compare. We have compare with others. We have more information
Supported
than just
discussion.
base increase.
Mr. Money?
Yeah, because I actually have asked for a comparison of, I think it was 4 counties, but I haven't received it yet from the clerk. So I really agree with this, that we should be comparing with other counties of similar size. I would include Grand Traverse in it, but I'm fine with 5.
Would or would not?
I would not include Grand Traverse.
I think we also need to then just do a percentage every year.
Well, I think.
I mean, we've gone 30 years without making a
No,
change.
there's been an increase, because when I ran for sheriff 20 years ago, the sheriff was getting $68,000 a year. All right, so he's making 96 now, so obviously there's been changes. There might not have been changes how we're doing it now, but there has been.
Okay, but the clerk and the treasurer made 75 for how many years?
My understanding, they get 3% every year. It's just not a base wage that's going above that, from my understanding.
And one of the issues, the issue that has really brought this to attention is as we increase the collective bargaining agreements for those individuals that report to chief deputies, they're getting to the point where the salaries of the people that are being supervised are exceeding the salaries of the supervisors.
Yeah, a little bit over.
And that's one of the reasons that I suggest something you want to consider would be a percentage difference between those salaries that is consistently applied. As those salaries go up, the salaries of the chief deputy, undersheriff, and comparable employees would also go up. But again, this is your decision. We're not making a recommendation.
Mr. Robbins?
I've been asked to do a lot of work on this, and I have. And I guess first of all, I want to start off. This is a salary increase, a one-time salary increase. Yeah, I don't like seeing raising costs here because it does affect the taxpayers. But the actual number is 1993 is what I got. 1993, if you go back, Bill Clinton was president, Charlie Johnson was sheriff. Steve Yoder was 2 years old. Where I'm coming from is this has been a long time. And like Administrator Dyer said, between the bargaining unit and you have your elected and you have your next tier down, your chief deputies or undersheriff, that gap is closed, it's like 2%. So what we need to do, what I'd like to do is, or see us head that way, discuss it. don't have to vote on it, at least explore it, is where another board wouldn't have to deal with this again, and we're keeping up with times, is that we would, I guess what I'm suggesting now, with the courts upstairs, they made it 9%. They're gonna do it over 2 years. And what I've done, some figures, if we take 9% for our 6 elected heads, we start with that, give them 9%. And then have HR work on the next tier down, which is our chief deputies and our undersheriff. And have HR work on it and come up with the figures to equalize that group across, where there would be like 5% maybe above the union people. It would be a domino effect. When the union people get a raise, that tier gets a raise, the elected people get a raise, and it would, you know, we wouldn't have to do this 30, or another board won't have to do this 33 years later, whatever it is. So, yeah, there's some research that needs to be done. Yes, they have gotten raises. They've gotten their 3%. Again, they have not had a salary increase since 1993.
Discussion? Commissioner Bunny?
Yeah, I also brought up, since you brought up the probate and family court, I brought this up at what they're being paid. You know, so we have it here where they, you know, they're getting anywhere from starting next year, 91,000 down to 77,000 for the thing. So they give them a 4.5% increase for 2 years. Actually, these are more than living wages for. So I don't understand why we have to separate them out and give them something that we've already negotiated with the other unions. So I still say that we should leave that at 3% as we have negotiated. And then we're saying that we're negotiating with a full faith and confidence that we're going to follow through. We're actually undermining our own negotiations if we start picking out individuals. We're only talking 2 individuals. You know, they're already getting up to 4. They're going from 37.5 to 40, and another one's going from 35 to 40. So they're getting a tremendous, well, I mean, but they're working those hours. There's still an increase in pay, and then a 3% on top of that. I don't think we need to add an extra 1.5% to it when you say that. But when you look at these proposed wage schedules, also for the sheriff, undersheriff, to say he's getting 99,000, the sheriff, and the undersheriff 95,000. The only reason that someone might be getting close is because they're working overtime. And I don't think the sheriff or the undersheriff, their salaries, so they do not get overtime. So the difference, or the coming close, is because they work overtime.
What I did, Commissioner Bunny, go look at it. I didn't even go down to the sergeants or the deputies. I'm using the lieutenants. They get no overtime. And if you look at the lieutenant's contract, their buyout and everything, they would be making more than our undersheriff.
I don't have that on this list here, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Can you reread that motion, or the clerk reread that motion?
Sure.
Exactly what we are, I was
Absolutely.
not prepared for that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want another motion to get on the table until we considered this, because I just think we need more information than just simply Leelanau County. I think we need to compare see what we need to pick our heads up and look around and see what other counties have done. And so I don't think we're ready to make a decision today anyways, honestly. Maybe some folks are. I move that staff be asked to provide a report comparing the salaries of elected officials and their deputies with those of 5 or more similar counties in terms of population, size of staff managed, and other defining characteristics. Such report will be provided to commissioners in their packets for executive meetings set for December 9th or January 13th. I don't know how long it'll take you to do this, with action expected at the regular meeting that follows 1 week later. Should higher compensation be approved, compensations be approved. They will go into effect on January 1st, 2026.
Really, you're calling for a case study, which is our due diligence anyway. So it's really, we're gonna do that anyhow, but you're defining it, so there's no issue.
My understanding, just from listening to it, so any other discussion? All right, not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're on to review of financials. Kathy here, if anybody has any questions?
Any specific questions on claims and accounts invoices? If you think of something at another time, you can always email.
I just wanted to say about, when we received the post audit for 16 million.
Yeah.
Kind of really opened my eyes because our budget is 18 million. So I did talk with Kathy about it and looked at it, and obviously it's paying the school taxes and and the other taxes that we have to pay to the state and the federal government. So it's not really goes through our budget, we just handle that money for them. So we're tax collectors too.
A major pass through.
Hey,
Okay,
Any questions for Kathy?
thank you.
thank you, Scott.
I got questions.
Oh.
How are you doing in your department? You shorthanded, I know.
I'm a staff of one this week, and I have a clerk starting on Monday. A local person who indicated interest for the clerk's position, and I will be starting with her to be the AP clerk, and we're going to laterally move Elizabeth to payroll when she returns.
So even after she begins, you'll be one member short, one staff member.
And
short.
no assistant. Mhm.
Yeah, and that's a big position, so. Well, thank you for carrying.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I did see a couple of things. One was about remonumentation. It looks like they're only at 10% of their budget. Is it not getting completed, or they're just not that work demand?
I think that's got a different fiscal on it as well. The Remont grant started
We
in,
just approved the grants, and
Yeah.
the work that was budgeted is going to occur starting this spring. Most of the work is starting this spring.
And the drain commissioners a little bit over budget, and do we have to do something about that?
I've started a budget amendment for next week to make that adjustment for the drain commissioner for the pre-engineering costs on those 4 drains.
Special reports by staff, commissioners, and other affiliated agencies. Next up, we have public comments. Many members of the public who wishes to give public comment, you got 5 minutes. Mr. White.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jim White, resident of Suttons Bay and chairman of the Leelanau County Republican Party, and I'm speaking for myself and my constituents and party members today. The last time I spoke here, I requested an apology from Commissioner Robbins to myself and my fellow party members because he called us out at a public meeting. Commissioner Robbins subsequently claimed that he had apologized to me in a closed session in the men's room. I do not recall that being said, but I'm willing to accept his public declaration of that apology as sufficient. I consider my request met. I appreciate that, Commissioner Robbins. However, I still request that he apologize to my party members as well. I also asked that the chairman, Steve Yoder, apologize if Commissioner Robbins refused to apologize, because I felt that Chairman Yoder was responsible for maintaining and enforcing protocol. Chairman and I have a conversation. He's informed me that Commissioner Robbins did not violate protocol, and also that he is not responsible for enforcing an individual commissioner's behavior. Ergo, I withdraw my request for an apology from the chairman and state that at no time did I have an issue with him or his behavior or his actions. Second issue is more serious, and I will present it in a series of questions that I strongly believe this Board of Commissioners should answer as soon as possible. First question, why did the Suttons Bay School District tell the county treasurer that it faced a financial emergency when the president of the Suttons Bay School District publicly declared that no such emergency of any kind existed? That emergency was the pretext for the county land bank to facilitate the sale of public land. Second, why did the treasurer tell me that the county land bank has the right to buy back that land for the same price it was sold for when the CEO of Peninsula Housing and the bill of sale both confirmed that the county land bank has only a right of first refusal? That opens the door for Peninsula Housing to flip the land, especially since Peninsula Housing paid nearly $400,000 less than the highest appraised value. Third, why did the treasurer and the CEO of Peninsula Housing both refuse to identify the private investors who paid $800,000 for that land and are now scheduled to receive $30,000 per year for 3 years from the taxpayers of this county? Four, given the apparently questionable terms that appear to make this a bad deal for the county and the school district, why did the treasurer and the county administrator vote for this deal? Fifth, why is the board not taking steps to rein in the county administrator when he is again showing himself to be involved in a serious conflict of interest? I formally request on behalf of my party members and that this board and the taxpayers of this county, that this board answer these questions at the earliest opportunity. I can also tell you that other questions will be forthcoming. One last item in this late breaking story. I have warned this BOC on several occasions of the liability posed by a county administrator who has shown poor people management skills and a penchant for conflicts of interest and a myriad of outside interests that appeared to violate his exclusive employment contract. My understanding is that another county employee has resigned and pointedly accused the county administrator of being the reason for his departure. My question is, how many employees are you willing to lose before you take effective action to hold the county administrator to account for his poor people management skills and lack of professional judgment? I would like an answer to that question at your earliest opportunity as well. Thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to getting answers to my questions expeditiously. I hope you have a good day.
Any other public comment?
Jim Colberstead, Leland Township. And Alan Woods from Northport. We're going to be doing something that's going to take over 5 minutes. So he's going to be starting it with his 5 minutes, and I'm going to be concluding it with my 5 minutes.
It is with sincere appreciation to Commissioner Robbins for displaying the courage and character to openly and honestly inquire what the citizens of Leelanau County honestly want from their board. This is the first time this board has ever reached out for an honest dialogue in a public meeting to attempt to address the core concerns of citizens. This example will build a strong and more confident relationship between the citizens of Leelanau County and their elected governing body. Rick, you asked what we want you to do. You stated that we want you to be transparent on the budget. You boast you can talk to both sides. Isn't that political rhetoric? The board actions have been noticed, weighed, and measured over the past several years. We are tired of the board's poor spending decisions. But what is most troubling is the lack of confidence in trusting this board's decisions and making prudent and wise county decisions, as well as its lack of transparency by perceived manipulating closed door sessions to delay and even eliminate the rights of citizens in Leelanau to monitor and respectfully question the validity and necessity of the board's decisions, along with the refusing open public dialogue at meetings prior to the board making questionable agenda decisions, which many times is a waste of valuable taxpayer dollars. Then to delegate and allow implementation of these decisions to an administrator who can also act as an obstacle and or firewall for the board to alleviate the board's uncomfortable interaction with the public, strips away the board's personal and professional responsibilities required to establish any honest relationship with their fellow citizens to gain their confidence and trust. The followed are now requested in order to reestablish that lost public confidence and trust. A public written and spoken official declaration for detailed transparency is needed from the county board to the citizens of Leelanau County on all county related issues, actions, activities, and comments and contracts.
Okay, my portion at 5 minutes. Fine. Continuing. and a public commitment from the Leelanau Board of Commissioners to spend taxpayer-provided funds only on essential county government services and required funding areas like schools, libraries, parks, safety, and emergency services, and require them to operate on efficiency principles with transparency and accountability to the taxpayers for their millage support. Aiding and enabling non-government organizations to a taxpayer-wide millage is not an essential service for the BOC to be engaging with. And given the irregularities of the events leading up to and after the 2024 election here, a gesture of good faith, such as an apology, is expected from the board members whose conduct contributed to the uncharacteristic changes in the board's executive structure in January of 2025. The present Leelanau County government business mindset to purposely grow a county by spending all or even more of the taxpayers' provided funds received annually and then making them available to non-government entities is not responsible governance of the citizens who live here. The BOC has no business in deciding who the winners and losers are by offering assistance or bribes in the forms of alternative funding to these independent entities. The ones we currently are funding by millage, we don't even bother to audit to make sure the funds are actually needed and being wisely spent. This type of wasteful spending, which could also be interpreted as a bribe, creates dependencies and nurtures an entitlement culture that has harmed urban areas and resulted in expanding a welfare class that spreads to other warm and inviting areas such as Leelanau, as well as many others. Independent nonprofit organizations and NGOs that are not already dependent on government aid or financial support for their existence must be the only sources providing aid and assistance to support other NGOs involving early childhood development and education, parenting, education, health, housing, and entertainment. Personal responsibility along with accountability from parents or legal guardians need to be restored. So Rick, what do we want from the Board of Commissioners? We want the confidence to trust you. You have shown us little reason to trust you from your actions. This could be a good start of earning it back. In the slight amount of time I have left, I'd like to throw out this point. You had AI up here. AI is used for convenience. It serves the purpose of improving efficiency and entertaining. The efficiency can be at work and at home, and entertaining could be both places too. Unless the person who's using it or whatever feature of it, whether it's Gemini, whether it's another bot, GT bot, or anything that's out there, whatever we're using here, unless you know how it digests the information you're giving it, you don't know what it can do with it. And if I'm wrong, tell me. Have checked with your AI people. Do they know and understand the code and the process in which AI analyzes, digests, and then spits out its advice? And if you're going to turn control over that, control over our employees or yourselves to that, you're relinquishing your own human abilities to do it yourself. It's more important than you think. And the answers aren't as easy as you think. And just how much do you want to give away and delegate to an artificial intelligence? I do have a copy of this that I'd like to give, not that AI, but copy of this letter that we just presented.
Thank you.
I will, oh, yeah, what I forgot, I'd like this recorded and be able to be posted with this meeting. Sorry.
Your partner took it, so.
We're good. You guys are good?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? Mr. Meisner?
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. Only way to have no fraud is one person, one ballot, one vote, one day. And the handout that I gave you, if you could pass those around, Steve, if you haven't already. Thank you. And I've emailed them to all you folks too. And I hope these can get entered into the record, the digital copy. It's again, this book. You got to get this book. If you don't have it, I'd recommend the digital version because then you can do searches and such and see the graphs and charts. But this is the Colonel Conrad Reynolds. He's a stellar guy in Arkansas. They're trying to persecute him big time right now. But this is from his podcast that these things are from. So you can listen to the whole thing on the link right here on the first page. It tells you where to start on it. Going on to the second page. Oh, great. Okay. How many minutes have I used so far?
135.
Thank you. All right. So page 2, it's got the picture of the two main whistleblowers there. And then on page 3, it goes down to how dare they about killing Charlie Kirk, however that happened. I would say, how dare they corrupt our elections inside our country and outside of our country. That's tyranny. And the last page, it's got, and there's a great song there, How Dare They? So if you click on that link online, you'll hear a wonderful song that's about Charlie Kirk. And then at the end of page 4 is Vice President Vance, and his closing remarks were really good about our country. We don't want to go off into tyranny. And he's got some words about that. And then I've added a little section from my website, TC Family, at the bottom there. It's a report from the whistleblower Gary Bernstein, which is in this article too. So for the rest of it, I'll just go in and give you an idea of what you'd be hearing on this thing, if I can get it quickly. Right there. Okay. Start with. Okay. Great. Here we go.
But basically, this was a briefing that they put together a long time ago. The briefing itself lists out all of the key players, how they all interrelate with each other, and how this whole thing started, and how we got
Page
to where we are
2,
today.
that
Started back in
highlighted
1999,
area.
coming all the way full circle to today. And what they have is incredible. I mean, really, it's incredible. And I will tell you that this is stuff that we've known for a long time. And we've tried to get people to listen. And from a national security perspective, and I say that all the time because that's what I always look at things through. I'm trying to save our country. And I'm being fought tooth and nail. And we know that these machines have to go.
Battery 60%. Connected to Moto G Stylus 2025.
I encourage every representative, every state senator, representative to read this book. And I think you're going to be shocked and your mind will be changed. There's no question. And so
if you want to really accept the truth, your mind can be changed. If you want to defend the system, you're just going to keep pretending like nothing's happening, not in my area. That's what we keep hearing. Well, not mine.
Okay, so there's a lot of really good stuff in here. And this book, this was right from the start. President Trump knew about these guys way back in January of 2021. They met with him, but they've got all the information out. Get this book, especially the clerks too. How much time do I have?
Yeah, 1 second left.
Okay, thank you for your time. Please consider this.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Joe.
Bill, that's his stock answer, so.
Any other public comment? Mr. Gallagher?
Good morning, or afternoon, I'm not even sure yet. So I've heard Mr. White come and address this board a few times regarding the Suttons Bay property and attack Mr. Dyer and Robbins. I've talked with Mr. White, publicly and privately. Many of his concerns I have tried to address. That process for the acquisition of that property transpired rather quickly, and I've got a few minutes. So Mr. Mobby, Peninsula Housing, approached me and said that this was an opportunity that the school insisted on having done by June 30th in that year in order to clean up their books and be able to go into their next fiscal year with a balanced budget. With that, Mr. Mobby by himself raised the capital to purchase the property. And it was between Leelanau County's corporate counsel, Tim Perrone, the school district's corporate counsel, Peninsula Housing's counsel, to come up with a purchase and a development agreement, if you will. It basically outlines the school's ability to lease back that property, that 9 acres, for the purposes of the athletics fields and be able to maintain and continue to use those for the public purpose. Outside of that, the county has taken a very passive role in the leadership and with any zoning requests. This is merely the envelope that the county has put on that property to avert taxes, as if the property were to come off the roll and be sold as an active acquisition, it would be taxable. And that would be very difficult for any developer to sit on a piece of property for 3 years, not be able to collect any substantial revenue or make any modifications, but just carry the note. So while that was in transition, the land bank agreed to hold the property until that time, the 3 years is done. And they have, Peninsula Housing has up until that time to get the zoning approved. If it does not flush out, the county land bank does have the first right of refusal, as Jim stated. The speculative cost of it is unknown, but the reality is if we couldn't get the zoning for Peninsula Housing it's not likely going to be zoned for the next developer. So there would be an opportunity cost for that next developer to take on because they would have to do their due diligence. Long story short, if there is questions or concerns, feel free to call me or stop in my office. And I'd be more than happy to sit down with you or anybody to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Any other public comment? All right. If not, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner comments? Robbins?
Couple things. I want to clear up here. One, I did apologize to Mr. White. But the next thing is there was a second subject, and this happened months ago. And I did not have a number for that person. And I did reach out to someone who was sitting in the back room to try to get a number so I could apologize to Mr. Spinningham. And didn't have any luck doing that. But what Mr. White doesn't know, that wasn't probably shared with him today before the meeting, was I had the opportunity on Tuesday at the Veterans Memorial at VFW to sit by Mr. Spinningham. And we did have a discussion, and I did apologize to him. So that's just to clear the air. Sometimes you just don't know, you need to communicate. And I guess if you had a question, why didn't you just call me? Works both ways. The next thing is, Kathy, I apologize for getting this in late. Appreciate what the board did today, because it helps me out quite a bit. This money isn't going in my pocket. I'm about 1 month shy from writing out a large check of all my wages for 25 to Habitat. So appreciate everything that everybody did today. And I have been meeting to meeting, keeping up, so you won't see it again. So thank you.
I email.
And he helps me.
Alright, so you can do that online, there's no excuse.
Mike?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, at the airport, they are interviewing finance banks basically for going out for the 45, I think it's $45 million in bonds. So that's moving forward so that, and they've actually started the construction. I don't know if you've been up there, but with new parking lots, with the cell phone parking lot, economy parking lot, they're getting those all in place using the dollars that they have. So the addition to the airport is moving forward. And they intend to be almost a year ahead of time getting it completed, rather than 2028, and try to get it done in 2027, if not earlier 28.
Any other commissioner comments?
Just a question. Did we receive, Jim, a report from the family coordinating group as far as the comparing the expenses with the opioid allocation with their budget as we included in the, that's supposed to be here by November 1st?
I have not.
So they do, well, I think I mentioned it when she came. So anyways, I think it's important that we follow up on those funds. And Housing North owes us two reports.
I actually did get something from today, but I just saw it come in on the email this morning, in fact, so I haven't had a chance to read it, so that might be it. I will check with
Yeah, I'm not trying to surprise them or anything, but I just want to make sure that we follow up and make it.
It's possible it's sitting there buried in my email as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any commissioner comments? Now we'll move on to approval of financials. Money?
I'd move to approve claims and accounts for $267,380.75.
Support. Support, discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried 7-0.
I move to approve post audit for $16,677,467.97.
Support.
I'm not seconding that.
Moved and supported, discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
That, we're adjourned.